Okay, so we are recording, we are live, and I'm just now going to go live on Facebook, so I will be just a little bit busy. How's your week been, Audrey?
Same.
Yeah? Are things
Quiet.
opening up near you?
No, a little bit, but not me.
Uh-huh, uh-huh. Yeah, I haven't been to a restaurant yet. Still just working on takeout.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and there's somebody else. Don't be worried.
I'm telling you, I'm anxiety ridden.
Don't be. We don't want any anxiety. So now I heard the bell, but I don't see anybody waiting. All right. All right. I am just going to work on getting Facebook up and running. And here comes Ned.
Yay!
Yay, you're safe now.
Yay!
Okay. Hi, Ned. Okay, we are live on Facebook, and this will be recorded and put up on.
I hear him, but I don't see him.
Well, he's working on it.
Okay.
It will be put up on YouTube Monday or Tuesday, depending on my workload. Hi, Ned. Can you hear us?
I think,
Yay!
yeah, I can hear you.
There he is.
I think I'm having this
I think you're
same
having the
problem I did
trouble
last
too.
week with the dropouts.
Yep.
So I'm going to call back on my phone.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to call back on my phone.
All right. We'll see you in a bit.
And it'll probably be I'll probably be called G6.
G6.
So
Okay.
So when you see that come up, no, it's me.
Okay. All right, so Ned is having a little problem connecting, so he is going to call in on his phone. All right, okay, we are live on Facebook, and we have Audrey, and Ned will be with us in just a moment. For anybody that is watching on Facebook and wants to join us on Zoom, please send an email to info@thesethhouse.com, and I will send you the directions. We cannot make this public as we've had some intruders. So we want to keep to the topics, and which is all Seth related. It's Seth's teachings, it's Seth books, it's the Seth house. So cool. Miriam, hi. She's on Facebook, and tomorrow is Miriam's birthday. Happy birthday, Miriam.
Yay.
So I see Julie Bauer, Elisa Lamar, Patricia Priestley, Miriam is on, and Sunny is on. Hi, Sunny. I hope you're going to join us. Oh, Miriam is just going to stay on Facebook today, she said. All right. And she said thank you for the birthday wishes. Hi, Joe. Facebook's busy today. Ned really must be having problems. So tell me, Audrey, what are you reading right now?
No, I'm not reading anything.
No? I started rereading Seth Speaks. I'm on chapter 3.
My eyes aren't what they used to be.
Uh-huh. Okay. Now you know that you could go to YouTube and you can listen to Tim Harthart read the books,
Yeah.
which is really nice. Hi, Petra. Kenny is on. And Miriam says she's still in her Sunday jammies. She's too lazy to get dressed. that is
That's okay.
that is the thing on Zoom. You know, you only have to put a shirt on though.
That's true.
Oh, too funny. So I think it might be a quiet Sunday
Oh,
because
very quiet.
it's beautiful out. Now you're in Connecticut?
Rhode Island.
Rhode Island. Okay. All right. Here, I'm gonna let, yes, Mr. G6 is in.
G6.
Yeah, here he comes. There he is. I can see you, Ned. Can't hear you though. Not yet. You're connecting.
Yeah.
He'll be there. No worries. And welcome, Louis. Louis?
Hi, Kate. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yay.
All right. And no more hopping and skipping.
All right. Well, I'm glad you're here because Audrey has been nervous,
Freaking out.
thinking she was going to be the only one here.
Yeah,
But
wouldn't
Audrey's
it
not only,
But I'm here.
so Audrey's not only camera shy, she's center ring shy too.
Oh,
Yes, yes.
yes.
Miriam said, "Hi, Ned."
Hi, Miriam.
Tomorrow's her birthday, so
Tomorrow?
tomorrow. Yeah.
Ah, we'll catch her on the uptick.
And Petra said, "Hi, Ned." Yeah.
Hi,
Yeah,
Petra.
And I hope all you guys like friend each other so that, you know, conversations could happen and friendships can be made. Yeah.
Well, I know that I have increased my relationship with several people
Oh, nice.
on Facebook because of this, Audrey being one of them.
Nice.
But Mickey and Shauna and Dolan, to name a few.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
And yeah, it's really nice. It's one thing I kind of miss about Facebook is connecting the face and the voice, especially with the name.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Before you got on, there was someone on with the name of Pa. And I kept asking what his real name was. And he wouldn't tell me. He was like, "Well, what's the problem?" And then finally I said, "Well, I'm going to just remove you." And then he left on his own. But anonymity, you know, as long as people aren't causing any trouble, I don't really care. But I'm a little cautious still because of the problems we had the last couple of times.
Yeah. Well, you know, ever since you changed the passwording, though, I don't think we've had any hacking at all.
Well, someone got in today. So.
Oh, it was someone that didn't belong, huh?
Well, clearly, yeah. So I don't know how they got it. And I don't really want to change it again. So I think having the waiting room is helpful. So I kind of know the people's names and I can ask who they are and only allow one in at a time. So if I see Pa trying to get in again, I'm just going to deny it.
And by the way, I have figured out how to rename myself so that I may have to log on as G6, but I don't have to stay that way.
Right. Yeah, I allow everybody to name what you can make whatever name you want.
Yeah, if you know how to change it. What I haven't figured out is how to change the name that I log on with. I spent some time trying to figure that out this last week and came up absolutely empty.
If you have a Zoom account, do you have a Zoom account, a free one?
Oh yeah.
So log into that first.
Well, I was trying to change it on the phone.
So it's still, Zoom has an app.
Because, like, for example,
log into the Zoom app.
Well, that'll work for Zoom, I assume. But I'm talking about, like, for example, if I log on to some other device from my phone with Bluetooth, I log on as G6.
Okay.
And I know what it means. So Bluetooth is the only, Zoom is the only place where it really matters, because the rest of the time it's just me, and I recognize it when I see it.
Right.
But on Zoom, that's not so.
Right.
I'll take your suggestion though, and take a look on it, log on to my Zoom account.
And that was part of the problem a couple of weeks ago, is I told people they had to log into their Zoom account so that Zoom verified who they were. Otherwise, they could bypass Zoom and just log in.
Log right in. Yeah.
So I did change that, and I went back to, you don't have to log into Zoom first. So we're learning all kinds of good technical stuff.
Well, yeah, and we're getting down to the oddball stuff here too.
We are.
That most people have to know to use Zoom.
Yeah. So how are you guys doing in Oregon?
Well, coronavirus-wise, it's really interesting. I've found a page on the New York Times that publishes on a daily basis the Johns Hopkins statistics, including graphics. I've been checking into that every single day for, I don't know, a month or more. And for quite a while, we were dropping like a rock every day, fewer cases and fewer deaths. And then about 2 or 3 weeks ago, started going the wrong way.
Yeah.
But interestingly enough, it was the new cases, but not so much the deaths. The deaths kind of leveled out.
Oh, that's good.
We're down to like 1 or 2 a day, and a lot of days 0.
Mm-hmm.
So, staying level is not that bad.
Right.
So
and
you haven't got very far to go down,
Right. So you think that they're just doing more testing, they're getting more positives, and there's more
Well, that's
people.
what I have to look in that direction. More testing. What we also talked about today with somebody else was better treatment.
Yeah, that's
better
true.
outcomes. And I read an article yesterday that was really interesting by a doctor who freely admitted that when this started happening back in February, he was clueless how to deal with it, And he was also terrified he's going to take it home to his family every night.
Sure.
And he says that he's learned an enormous amount of how to deal with it and been able to put it to work successfully. And he no longer has any concern for himself and his coworkers about taking it home, as long as they have their masks and their shields and their gloves and all the PPP.
Right.
He's not worried at all.
Good.
Anyway, but he also went.
I have 2 friends who are nurses in New York. They both got it.
You said doctors?
Nurses. Both got
nurses.
They both got it, but they're doing all right.
Good.
And they wore all the PPE.
The other thing he said, which was most important, was that the discoveries that they have made in the circles he travels in, about the efficacy of ventilators. Ventilators first of all, are really nasty. They have to put people into comas sometimes just to allow them to survive the ventilator mechanically. And so it's not a desirable thing. The only good thing about it is it does keep some people alive.
Mm-hmm.
But what they found is that by putting them non-invasively into 100% oxygen, which is much, much more than normally would be ever given to somebody, even with pneumonia. And there are side effects of that too, like on the kidneys. But that they have better outcomes as long as the kidneys don't go south on you. You get better outcome with the oxygen than you do with the ventilator. And he says in some cases, he's had to flip-flop between oxygen till the kidneys start suffering. Then he flips over to ventilator until there's problems there and then flips back to oxygen again. So things like that are becoming better and better tested, better and better known, and applied across the board more. And I think that may account for why Oregon has gone up in cases and remained pretty stable in terms of fatalities.
That's good. That's good.
New York's doing good too now.
Yeah.
Oh, New York and New Jersey, it's got a late start, but they've turned out to be the poster kids for how to do it right.
Yeah.
I'm just totally impressed. They're still dropping like a rock.
Mm-hmm.
And which tells me that, you know, they like I said, they were a little late to the show, but once they got there, they really did a job.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And if they start to rise again by opening up too much, they know exactly what to do about it and know that it works.
Yeah, they'll just shut everything down again. I think everything is open up now in New York. We still have to wear masks. We still have to do social distancing. Nothing that touches the face can be done. So I do Reiki, so I'm still closed because I do Reiki on the face.
Yeah, I think that the big thing is you can't go to work. You know, the company that you work for is shut down, or in your case, you have face-to-face contact. You can't do that.
Right. So like
Because
facials and massage, all of that.
Yeah. And even things like, you know, bars and restaurants, you're out of business, you know, quite literally. And even the ones that have come back are only partway back, like 50% seating in a restaurant, for example.
And it's not
better
only
than nothing. But.
Right. And for me, it's people don't want to come because they're afraid. So the
even if you're not restricted,
even if I'm open, I don't have any clients right now. Yeah.
And I've heard restaurateurs and bar owners and all kinds of other people say exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so their biggest challenge now is to get people to come in, to convince them, and they do that by providing all the safeguards they can, which is what you're doing, obviously.
Right. Well, I'm not even open yet. So, yeah.
Oh, you would be if you were.
Mm-hmm. If it weren't for the face thing, So Miriam said, she's on Facebook, she said she took a free COVID test last week and tested negative, yay. And she said oxygen kills germs. And she's got her own little mini ventilator with a CPAP. So that's awesome. And you know, that's probably a good thing. That probably is taking care of a lot of people.
I saw an interesting one today that I've only seen one pretty non-professional commentary on it, but it was about keeping your mouth and throat hydrated, not total fluid intake, but keeping it moist, because the virus, the theory was the virus does not travel well with moisture, but when your throat gets dry, it has a straight shot at your lungs. And I don't know if that's true or not. You know, the person that said it said that they heard it from a doctor. You know, it's kind of like picking out something off the street. You know, your mother said, "Don't put that in your mouth. You don't know where it's been."
Right.
But it does have a certain sound ring to it.
And I've heard like using those neti pots and whatnot to make sure your nasal passages are clear. I've heard that that's also very helpful. And you use saline.
It might be for the same reason.
It could very well be. Yeah. Hi, Mickey.
So she was talking about just you know, taking sips of water frequently.
You're muted. Unmute. I tried.
Is that Mickey you're talking to?
Yes, and she couldn't hear us at the tail end last week, and I see she's muted,
really?
and I can't unmute her. I tried. There she is. Nope, still can't hear you.
Well, you know, it's not her hardware problem because she's been able to be heard many times before.
And she's not muted now, but we can't hear you. And your hair looks so pretty today. Look at her face light up. We didn't even need sound for that.
I don't see her.
Oh, Oh, I
Yeah.
can see her.
Well, that's one of the things I don't like about doing this on my phone is I can only see one face at a time.
Does it do the flip from speaker view? Can you choose that?
Well, I'm trying to find out where. Again, I'm not familiar with the app, so.
Oh, I
Now
see
you
her.
see her? Okay. Well, Audrey can see you now, Mickey, but we still
I
can't
don't
hear
hear
you.
her.
No, I can't either.
Well, shoot. I know where all the tricks are on the PC, but this version on the phone, I don't get it.
Well, this is a slow start to this group today.
Yeah, well, it was kind of slow last week. I was part of the slowness. I didn't get on right away, and even after I came on,
All
there were
right.
lots of others that.
Well, Miriam's got a question. She wants to ask what Seth says about people who may sacrifice. I shouldn't leave it at sacrifice. Who may sacrifice their present incarnation to be the catalyst of movements like George Floyd and maybe even Christ. Wow. I don't even know what to say there.
Ned, did we lose Ned? Oh, there he is.
He's there. He's going in and out.
I was just looking at the participants list. I guess that must disconnect me or something, or just my video.
Maybe. And we still can't hear Mickey.
I can't see her either.
Me now.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Something's wrong with my headphones, obviously. Because when they're plugged in, I can hear you.
Ah, there she is.
Me.
Does your computer have
Hello,
more than
Ned.
one? Does your computer
Hello,
have
Nikki.
more than one output? So my
Yeah.
computer has headphones and it has
And
a
speaker.
mic.
Yeah.
Well, so I have to put mine in the headphones one. If I put it in the mic one, it doesn't work.
Oh, and mine's just the opposite. When I have it in headphones, you can't hear me. And when I take them out and put it on speaker, then it's fine.
Okay. All right. Well, as long as you're working.
That's weird.
All right. So Miriam says,
you know why some of
she can
that
hear
is
Mickey.
when you put a jack in for like headphones or whatever.
Yeah.
There's little feelers inside the hole, and that connect, and one of them turns off other things.
Yes.
So if you just put a pencil in there that was the right size, they would do the same thing, except you would have no other effect.
Well, let's not put pencils in there. That would be bad.
Not going to laugh. I'm not going to laugh. I'm not going to.
Do not try this at home.
I am a Scorpio. I'm not going to laugh. I'm not going to laugh.
You're laughing. All right.
That's something I really love about
this
you,
week, huh?
Mickey, is that you're a happy Scorpio. That's not true of all of them. A lot of them are the kind of permanent, oh yeah, mode,
Oh, most Scorpios I know are happy.
I've heard that all my life, that I'm a different Scorpio. No one expects me to be Scorpio. And Ned, you and I have talked about charts, and I couldn't be more Scorpio. I have an 8-planet stellium, 5 of which are in Scorpio. But I tell you what I think it is. I've had extensive high magic and astrology training. And in the high magic, one of the first things you learn, well, series of things, is you learn to control your heart, your impulses, how you address things. And so you literally learn to clean up your sign. You clean up what your connection to your sign will be. And so now that I think of it, I did that in my early 20s. So I've always aimed my expression as a human in this dimension toward a certain moral integrity. And so I've been trying to express the higher form of the sign. That was my purpose in learning magic. So That may be why people perceive me differently. And yet some of the more happy and funny sides of Scorpio are what I try to express, you know? So thanks for the compliment.
What, what I see though is a bit different. I see it as a matter of your intent that caused you to make those decisions, to explore those things.
Yes.
Is that you intended to wind up pretty much where you are, I would imagine.
I agree.
And the rest is just a matter of how you chose to get there.
Well, when I started learning it, just at that point in my life, I had just found Seth as well. And so the idea that I could create whatever reality I wanted was being reinforced by the occult group saying, here's how you do it. You know, so I had a lot of help with fashioning a certain reality. And as I mentioned earlier, it had to do with how I met my husband. You know, I just literally wrote out a list of
so how were you in these terms before Seth?
How was I what?
Were you the same happy-go-lucky person before Seth?
I was in some small measure. I was from a very, very intensely challenging family setup. And I was determined to have certain things in spite of that. Okay, my parents were both very, very, very well known. And that whole lifestyle of every breath you take is being watched and noted and photographed and so forth is a living hell. And I was determined. Huh?
Life in a fishbowl.
Yes, and it was not such a nice, well-meaning fishbowl. My father was a famous minister.
So few of them are.
So, you know, there were people who you had to be perfect because you were the child of this religious person, you know, and you had to be perfect. And that even followed me. I'll give you an example. I went to Cuba. I married a serviceman and went to Cuba. And I was so happy. Oh my God, I've married, I've gotten out of that house and I'm going to another country. And no one will know who I am. And when I stepped off the plane, there was a group of about 7 or 8 people who said, hi, and called me by my name, my given birth name, and said, hi, we're here to welcome you. We're representing Reverend. And I just crumbled.
Is that when you got back on the plane?
I wish I could have. But I was in Cuba.
Oh, this isn't Brooklyn? I thought this was JFK. I've got to get back on the plane.
Well, Brooklyn is another country, but...
Well, yeah. Depends on who you talk to, I guess.
Finding Seth so early in life is so life-changing. It is just absolutely magical. So I was determined to try and get the word out. I had the same feeling about learning astrology. You have this list of this alphabet you learn of the planets and the signs and the aspects and how they, you know, how to work them. And I thought, why isn't this being taught in schools? And then when I met Seth and ran into all of that, I couldn't understand why it wasn't being screamed from every housetop. You know, it was so profoundly effective, especially nature of personal reality. You know, it just gave you so many keys. And I thought, why doesn't everyone know this? You know? And here we had this quiet period of 20 years, and now I run into all of you.
Well, I wish I knew this 20, 40 years ago. You know, I've only been doing it for about 3.5 years. And yes, it's been absolutely life-changing. What my life might be different had I learned it way back when.
The week before my first book actually went to print, my father had just died. I was in San Francisco, had taken care of the funeral arrangements. Everything was done. And I had some money, and I'd been a starving student for years. So I decided to take some time and go down to the Oregon coast and just hang out. And the first day I was there, I was introduced to a couple who had started something they called the Cannon Beach Free School.
Mm.
And nobody paid tuition. People who could traded food, services, carpentry, whatever they had to trade. And they had the thing in this couple's house, which was a big house, gorgeous place up on a hill overlooking the ocean. You could see 30 miles out to sea. Oh, it was incredible. Anyway, and so the library for the school was a row of bookshelves that circled the living room, which was a good-sized living room.
Mm.
And lo and behold, right up there in the library was The Nature of Personal Reality, right next to Seth Speaks. Yeah. And I felt like I'd come home. They taught biology by doing things like going down the beach and finding a dead seal and dissecting it.
Mm.
It was just a totally different approach to education than I'd ever seen, and actually than I've seen since. And part of it was Seth.
Wow. Wow.
And I thought I'd died and gone to heaven. I mean, and I went out like the next day and started shopping real estate. I got to move here.
I went to Catholic school, so Seth was not there.
Definitely not.
Seth was not there. Now, I do want to address Miriam's question again. I'm positive. Miriam asked,
anybody?
What? Hold on. I want to address Miriam's question. It is a good question. So she wants to know what Seth says about people who sacrifice their present incarnation to be the catalyst of movements like the George Floyd issue. So, yeah, good question. And
I was thinking that.
Yeah, and I know that
Now,
Seth says that nobody dies. Well, I don't know. Let's see.
Okay.
Seth says nobody dies that doesn't want to die. So,
right.
So we don't know what the catalyst was that caused all this. For all we know, George Floyd, this may have been his contract. He may have said, I'm going to go to Earth and this is going to happen and I'm going to, and it's going to change everything. It's going to change, laws and whatever. So he may have, that may have been his thing to do. Whereas the cops' thing to do might have been the same thing. Who knows? They might have been mother and son or husband and wife.
They could have been best buddies.
In another.
Now I'm going down. Well, I'm coming with
I got to go back
to
Richard Bach's Illusions. In Richard Bach's Illusions, Donald Shimoda, the guru, is finally killed with a shotgun in the cockpit of his airplane. And when Richard comes over right before he dies, he said, my God, who could hate you so much? That wasn't an enemy. That was a friend. So if you really want to understand that aspect of it, go read Illusions and read it all the way to the end, because this is almost at the very, very end. But it was like, it took a friend to do this.
Yeah. And we just don't know, and someday we'll know, but it is changing things.
Yeah, the sound of saying that no one dies who didn't want to can be so highly misinterpreted by non-Sethian people, because it sounds very different if you're not aware of or accepting of reincarnation, for one thing.
Well, yeah.
And as well as not only do you keep coming back, but that you are the one who's calling the shots of when you come and how you come and who you'll be.
Yes.
You make
and
these
what
agreements.
could be simpler? What could be simpler?
Exactly. When I was first trying to understand this, the example that was given, and I think it was in Rick Stack's class, the example that was given was to think of how much courage it takes and how unselfish it is to agree, quote unquote, to agree to come here and be Hitler or what's the guy in the 70s that killed Sharon Tate and
Manson.
Charlie Manson, yeah.
Charlie
Thanks,
Manson.
Audrey.
When you come up with these iconic examples of polarizing evil, then you have to say, I can't believe that you actually had the courage to do that just so I could learn this, this, and this about it.
Well, you
You
can
look
apply
at
that. You
these
can
things
apply
and
that
say,
to Donald Trump.
yes,
Donald Trump is another wonderful
I
example. I
couldn't
mean, he may
hate
not be
him
Charlie
more.
Manson,
Me too.
but he certainly signed up for a tough tour of duty.
I think they're on par as far as I'm concerned. That's another discussion.
You know where I got the most insight into that particular slice of things? That's a very important slice. Was and we've talked about this before in Initiation, that book by Elizabeth H.
I love that
where
book.
you follow these two personalities for 3,500 goddamn years,
Yeah,
trying to work things out between them, countless incarnations, one after another after another. And you know, think of how badly you must want to learn or grow or master something to keep coming back time after time for centuries.
yes.
Even once is hard to believe, but centuries, you know. And
But
yet,
Ned,
as far as I'm
the
concerned, that's a
centuries are
done
not
deal.
that.
That's done.
But Ned, when you say centuries with such intensity, we still have to go back to the fact that all time is happening at once.
I know. I know.
The century is not as big a deal as we like to think of it from here, from this perspective. But yes, I agree. It's a massive undertaking. It takes courage to even come here at all. But to think of coming here in a particularly unpleasant role, yes, that's a heavy number. That's a heavy number. God.
I was named after an uncle who died in World War II a couple of years before I was born. And he was an Aquarian too.
Mm.
He had Cancer and
fella.
Capricorn, which I do, but in different places. He had Aries, but in different places. And, he couldn't wait till he turned 17 and browbeat his parents into signing him up for the Navy in World War II. He went on a shakedown cruise, sailed out in the Pacific, and went down like a rock.
Oh.
And I've often thought, what if that was me?
Yeah.
Taking a dry run on it and realizing, a little too much Aries there.
Let me adjust this.
Okay, twist this valve and turn that knob. Okay, I'm ready to come again.
Yeah.
Because we are, and he was the youngest brother of my father. My father was the oldest of mine. He was the youngest, and I was my father's only son. So, how sweet is that,
Wow.
So instead of having my big brother, I had a dad. Same guy.
I have been thinking it would be so nice to do a separate project where you are recording all of the or interviewing, and recording all the people who are connected with Seth, as many as possible, and they all tell how they got into it and what it's done for them.
I have been pitching for weeks right here on this Zoom connection, doing a book composed of personal histories of the exact kind you're describing by everybody who wants to write one and who does write one that is publishable.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I think that would be incredible.
I think it would be incredible too, but I think that it would be more effective as a video because you have all that visual connection with people. You have that pull of being able to actually see them and see how they're expressing it and so forth.
Well, how about this? You write it down first, and then we do a script from what you wrote.
Yes. Okay, you're on.
That's wonderful. That's a wonderful addition, Mickey.
You're on.
I haven't gotten there yet. But
you guys, you could easily do you can turn on your phones with Facebook and post it right to the discussion group and this is, how I found Seth or how Seth found me.
Yes.
Yes. And what a great place to collect them.
Yes, I agree. I think it's a wonderful project.
Or on Jeff's
this is
page.
starting to make
Jeff's
sense.
page would be nice.
This is starting to make sense.
Yeah, it is. And you projected that, huh?
I've been shouting at the top of my lungs for 2 months now.
He has.
Yeah, but you always shout from the top of your
Case
lungs.
my witness. Case my
You
witness.
know, this was a special shout.
But I agree. I think video, I mean, to hear someone's passion about how they found Seth is far more poignant than just reading words.
I agree. I agree. Because I'm such a people junkie. And because of being so psychic, I'm getting so much from the visage, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And the vibration is right there. You know, that's one of the first things that drew me to both you and Oshara was picking up the vibrations. It was like a feeding. You two have so much coming out of there.
I don't know why I keep coming back, but I do. I love you guys.
Yours is strong. And it tickles me. I find it
so
hilarious that you're so quiet.
You're so sweet. Let me tell you.
I'm an Aries.
Oh, Audrey's just a big tease.
Audrey was freaking out when it was
she
just
pretends
her
there's
and
nobody. She pretends there's nobody home at that house, but I know better.
There's a lot.
That's so funny.
I love it.
Yeah,
I love it.
This is such a nice group.
One day I'll tell you all the story how I got here, but
I am
do tell.
No, one day. I'm too shy.
waiting with bated breath, I tell you. Yes.
Yeah.
And
Now,
Shauna. Yeah.
Shauna's great. Now, I don't know where she is today.
Where's Shauna?
I don't know.
We got to send the Seth police out and get her.
The only person I heard from was Regina, that she couldn't be here. So. Yeah, I think she's got something else that she's going to be doing on Sunday. So she said she'll keep up with Facebook, but she's not going to be able to join us live.
I don't appear to be an Aries.
We can give Regina a get out of Zoom free card.
What did you say, Audrey?
I said I don't appear as an Aries to you guys.
Well, I don't know enough to be able to pick that up yet. I haven't heard you say enough that I would be able to tell how you feel about things, you know, and that's what the giveaway would be.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, when you say you're an Aries, I'm starting to look for the ameliorating factors, because you are not a typical Aries on the surface.
Could be though.
You're not. For one thing, you're not nearly pushy enough. I mean, look at me. I'm only Aries rising.
Wow.
My mother was an Aries, and she used to hate me because I was really what she wanted to be, and couldn't quite bring herself to do it. And I did it all the time, just effortlessly. Made her crazy.
What
My
sign
mother
are you?
was Aries too.
So was mine.
Wow.
Holy shit.
Wow.
What about you, Mickey? Do you have any
My
Aries
mother
parents?
was Aries as well.
Oh, jeez.
I had two.
So it's all their fault.
Yes, I had two fire parents and they had two water children.
What was my father? Pisces.
So the water put out their fire, huh?
Yeah, my father was Sag, my mother was Aries, and my brother and I are both Scorpio, a day apart.
Wow.
I think my father was Aquarian, and I think my mother might have been Sagittarius. I think. I'm not sure what, so beginning of December. Leo.
Oh, yes. The
Leo.
name. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Ned, what are you? Ned.
Me?
Yeah.
Aquarius.
I never knew an Aquarius.
Oshara's Aquarius.
Well, you probably just didn't know it.
I didn't know.
That's early January, right? Or mid-January?
No, it's late January, most of February.
Late January to mid-February, yeah.
Oh, then my father's probably not Aquarius. My father's probably, what's before that, Sagittarius.
No, Capricorn.
Capricorn, yes.
Yeah.
My
Just
ex-husband's a Libra and my boyfriend's a Leo.
Oh, wow.
well, now Leo and Aries have some things going for them. Doesn't always work, but like for example, if he were a Libra, you'd have
That's
your
my
hands full
ex.
doing. Oh yeah, see, and a lot of people aren't up to it. It's very exciting, but if you're looking for comfort, that's probably not your best bet.
I find it so interesting the vector that people choose. I think of the signs as, you know, a vector, and you're going to come in on a certain path. And it's just amazing how we all get here and what we do with it.
Well, and things change. I mean, like, for example, I was much more into Scorpios as lovers when I was younger because it was exciting and stimulating. And that lasted for quite a few years. But then later on, I said, yeah, been there, done that. I think I'd rather have something a little more comfortable, a little more depth, a little more intellectual. And so my taste changed.
I was married to my Libra for 40-something years.
Wow.
Whoa.
Oh my God, you don't look old enough to be married for 40-something years.
I was married at 19.
You still don't look old enough.
Yeah.
You must have been like
Who does your
one
hair?
or two.
Yeah, no, 19.
Woo!
So who colors
64.
your hair?
It's gray.
Oh, you look great. This is
You
gray.
got one of those trick cameras, don't you?
I don't know, but it's gray.
Hello, Petra.
Oh, well, yeah, okay.
Hi,
You put it up
Petra.
close like that.
Let's see. We have another question from Miriam. She's going to be feeding us questions all night, I think. So she said the same line of previous question. Many enlightened people are putting the events of both COVID and the racial justice movement as part of the same new era or new age that is supposed to be occurring now. Can this be going on now? I think it is.
I really do. Yeah.
Seth said that everything
didn't start this year.
No. Oh, no. Seth said that we had 100 years. So 2075, that the new era should already be in place. We're halfway there.
Yeah.
And I think that this is all a part of it.
I agree.
Yeah.
Well, what I've been tracking for quite a few years now is the acceleration of change at the rate at which things are changing. They're changing faster and faster and faster with no end in sight. And the problem with that is that humanity has never had to deal with change at that rate, ever. Yeah. So nobody knows how to do it. It's like I never saw flying purple people eaters, so I have no idea what the defense against them is, Why would I? The problem is that you got three generations here of younger people who were born into it and whose parents don't even realize it's going on yet, let alone how to handle it. And so it's like they're born in the deep end of the pool, and so y'all swim now. And they're doing the best they can, and they're trying to, but who they got to rely on for better information is each other. And that's a terrible source of insight most of the time. So anyway, the point is that things are going to get worse before they get better in those terms. And we need to start catching up. And I think that the COVID event is largely a matter of, or one of its main reasons for being here, is that it's exponential, not linear. So it's global warming, but global warming happens so slow, you could pretend it's not happening until it's way too late. The COVID thing, you can pretend it's not happening, but in 2 or 3 weeks, you're going to be sure you did. And then you learn to deal with it. Okay, so this is practice for dealing with global warming. Because most people they're not even on speaking terms with exponential change. And exponential change is going to be ruling the roost increasingly for the foreseeable future, and that goes through the rest of this century and maybe beyond. So I think that is the focal point of all these changes. It's like, it still didn't get it. Well, let's turn up the volume a little, turn up the heat, And if that's not enough, we'll throw another log on the fire and keep doing it until we begin to catch on. So we'll see how much more we have to throw. How many more logs we have to throw on the fire before we can back off a little bit. Which, interestingly enough, is just about the same thing that we're doing with COVID.
Yeah. I think we're in the fire. I think,
Oh yeah.
I mean, yes, we're halfway there. I don't know that we're at the tipping point yet. I think some of the things that Seth said were, and boy, don't quote me on these, but I think that he said that the religions would fall. And we've certainly been seeing that in the Catholic religion. I know in our little town here, I think there's only one Catholic church left. They've all kind of merged into this one church. They still have physical churches around, but they call it one church now. It's like a conglomerate. And one priest goes from church to church to church instead of having 5 or 6 different priests with maids or whoever took care of them, cooks and whatnot. So that part is changing, and I think the world is standing up, saying, the Catholic Church hit a lot and did a lot of bad things, and it's time to stop.
Well, one of the things that I just noticed as you were talking, Kate, and I can't believe this, but I've long held 2 opinions about the Catholic Church and the police, and that is, and I didn't see the connection until just now, which is the Catholic Church has been attracting perverts for centuries.
Yeah, they have.
It's just the only thing that's changed is it's coming out.
Yeah.
And the same thing is true of the police. They've attracted bullies.
Well, somehow
and
they both feel very above the law. Both of them are above.
They aren't above the law. They are the law.
Well, yes, but so they don't have to adhere to it. And you know what? You talk about our government. It's the same thing. What do they say? Senators and congressmen, they don't have to have the same insurance that people have. And they have all these different perks. They get retirement for life, whatever. They don't have to live like the rest of the people live. And that's what needs to stop. Everybody is equal. And, this entitlement.
It's like that famous line from Animal Farm. All animals are created equal, but some are more equal than others. Which was added later by the pigs.
Okay.
It started out right, and then they kind of hand wrote in this note to say, but some are more equal than others.
Okay.
It became convenient.
So Joe is asking Ned a question back to astrology. Did you just say Libras are not good in comfort giving? I'm a Libra, and I never said that. Always the giver. No? Okay, good.
It was the opposition between Aries and Libra. Oppositions are not, generally speaking, best known for their comfort.
Okay.
Okay, it doesn't matter whether it's Aries and Libra or Leo and Aquarius or Taurus and Scorpio. There's a lot of contrast. They look at things, they look at the same telescope, but from opposite ends.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And it depends on the character of the individuals, whether they use that to bring them together or to start World War III.
Okay, thank you. Petra, how are you doing?
Oh, I am. I have had a problem today because in the afternoon I had contacts with the afterlife with England, and my English, you hear, this is very, very bad. But I can feel the spirit word and I can speak for her. But with English speaking peoples, I have problems because I would not blame me, and I'm so sorry because I would make a workshop Saturday and Sunday with English people, and my English isn't enough, and I'm a little one sad of this.
Oh, I think your English is fine. You
Uh,
know,
Gets the
you
job
know,
done.
just take your time
Okay.
and
I mean, I know what you just said. How bad could
Yeah.
it be?
right, right. So I have a question for you, Petra. You speak to spirit world.
Yes.
Do they, I mean, obviously they speak in your native language. Is it the fact that you're trying to convert it to another language that you have trouble?
Also my language is German.
Okay.
Normal, yeah. And I hear the spirit word because the conversation is telepathic.
Yes.
Yes.
So, but you hear it in German, correct?
Yes. But I had to translate this in English,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
and I need Google Translate for this. And making a contact with the spirit world, you cannot take your head. You must make the conversation fluently,
Mm-hmm.
without thinking and typing the words and searching the words. It is not a real contact. No? But if I search nothing and I make a message, that comes fluently, because I think there is the person from the spirit world behind me, and for this I have a lot problem.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
As which the evidence, because for the evidences I must search the words in Google Translate, and because I say what I hear and what I see, and there's a story of her life or his life, and but I'm happy that I have made this experience to speak in a language that isn't mine, and making contact with the spirit world for English people.
Mm.
But I think making a workshop is too heavy, because it is a difference if you speak an evening, 2 hours, or you speak, or you have to work hard to work with English teachers 7 hours a day.
Mm. I think your English is wonderful.
I do too. I do too. And
And
but
I understand what
A
you're
lot better
saying
than my
about.
German.
well,
No.
yeah, like I tried to learn a language in high school and I could not switch from English to Spanish. So I never did. I failed the class. I actually dropped out. But
Yes. My
but
problem too, I switch from German, Italian, and from Italian in German, or I have the word in Italian, but cannot find the word in English. No?
ah
And today afternoon, with the English speaking persons, they have a communicator for me, and they are speaking so fast that I haven't understand the half of the words.
Mhm. I can relate to that. I had to learn Greek, and yes, it's difficult. If you're not actually in the culture you're trying to learn to speak the language of. It's a lot harder doing it from classes and books and so forth, you know, but that total immersion when you're there helps it go a lot faster.
Mhm.
I
Now,
have
does it
no problems. I have no problems reading what said in English, especially wrong because I have his page. But the problems are beginning with the pronunciation. Yeah. With the spoken word.
Pronunciation, yes.
Yes.
The sound.
Yes. With the pronunciation, huh? In English. Yes.
Yes.
well, it doesn't help that English has so many words that have so many meanings. You know, it is a difficult language. It's the only one I know, though. Now, does it help to be in a group that speaks English for you to get hone in your skills, so to speak?
For me, it is easier to speak English with other people. Their language isn't English. But
Oh.
we have in group a German medium, Danish medium, and their English I understand better than the English. My teacher, no, but other mediums, they speak faster and what's the name? Dialect? No.
Yeah.
Dialect, yeah.
Dialect, then it is a problem.
Well, we're not having a problem understanding you at all. So I think you're doing wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Ron Card just jumped on Facebook and he said, hi, everybody. He's here with us in spirit, but his internet signal is weak and unstable. So cheers, Ron.
Hello, Ron.
Yeah, we love Ron.
Well, he's also the repository of a whole bunch of Sethian memorabilia, which is irreplaceable.
Yes, he has beautiful things. Yeah.
Including the Kennedy rocker.
He takes such good care. So the Kennedy rocker, like I got to sit in it last year. It's kind of awesome. I think there's pictures of me sitting in it on the website. We took pictures. I actually took the pictures of anybody that wanted their pictures sitting in the rocker with the mirror, and you could see them in the mirror too. So and they're all on the internet. Yeah. And I remember when he first brought this stuff up, that was the first thing he, I think O'Shara carried it up the stairs, and I sat in it, and it was amazing. Now that he took it home, he said it got a lot of use. So he has reinforced it. He has cleaned it. He has, I don't know what you put, some kind of protector on the wicker part of it. It's probably not wicker. It's something else. But he's put a lot of protective measures on the chair. He just takes wonderful care of everything.
That's great.
So if you ever get the chance again, Kate, why don't you sit on the chair right where she sat to dictate Seth, and then open a beer and light a cigarette. You don't have to smoke it. And start reading Seth.
Oh my goodness!
Out loud.
Oh wait, no, I couldn't do that. I sit there. I just sit there and I read Seth and I cry. It is such a powerful. It's such a powerful feeling to be reading those words in that apartment. Like it's ridiculous.
I know you've mentioned that before.
But
in
you
the chair, sitting in the rocker in the same place with a beer.
So the picture of me with I'm trying to think. I think Ron was in the picture too. I think O'Shara took it, and I'm sitting in the chair, and that is where Jane used to sit at times. And yeah, it's powerful. Now, I didn't read Seth, and I didn't have a cigarette or a beer, but
I would have to
Wow.
to read Seth while I was sitting there. I might not have the cigarette and the beer, but I would definitely have to read something of his words while sitting in that chair in that house.
well, what Ron did was even more amazing. He sat in the chair, and Oshar and I were sitting on the couch, and he put their coffee table between us. And this is the coffee table that Rob talked about, that he would put his feet up when he
Yeah.
took notes. So the coffee table was there, and he put the Ouija board down. And Ron was sitting in the chair while we were doing the Ouija board on Seth's board.
Wow.
Yeah, it was powerful. It really was. And I, he was going to
And
be.
you didn't video it, did you?
No. We videoed some people using it, but not. That was, he had just gotten there, and we were just beyond excited. It was, I mean, he was so excited to be in the room, and we were excited to have the chair and the Ouija board. So yeah, it was mutual excitement. It was wonderful. And he was going to be here again, and he would have been here for a full week, we thought. And so we were really looking forward to, spending a lot more time doing this stuff. But
wow.
COVID happened instead. So,
Yes.
and there's a reason for all of this. I don't
Yes.
know what the reason was, but the time will come that this will happen. I don't know when or how, but we will get together again.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Yeah. I found it so
these
interesting.
last 2 or 3 weeks of this session have really been different.
Yeah.
All right. One of you finish. Go ahead, Mickey.
Well, I was just thinking that it's so interesting that some people can use a Ouija board and others either cannot do so or have a negative experience with it. So I think it has a lot to do with your mindset and what your intentions are.
Oh, it's all
as you
intention.
approach it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
What
all
else could it
intention.
be?
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Absolutely.
I met so many people who started out with it, but it led them into other aspects of
Yes.
communication in dimensions. And so then they abandoned that particular route, and just moved on into the occult world. That's what I did.
And that was their intention, as Kate said.
Yeah. It's the first thing I ever tried, but I didn't stay with it at all.
Well, I remember the first medium I ever got to know. She's like, it is the slowest form of communication in the world.
Yes.
But it doesn't have to be. It can be fast. Like, I know Karen Dahlman. She is the queen of Ouija boards, and we've been interviewed on her show, and we showed the Ouija board that Oshara put together. And she uses it all the time. I mean, whatever board, but that's her basic way of communicating. I'm sure she communicates other ways too. Oshar and I did Ouija board for 3+ years. It's scaled back a lot now, but we kept it up, and we got results. We also sat still a lot, and quiet meditation. But, I looked at the board as it really was a place of meditation, coming to a place like prayerfulness and being quiet and allowing spirit to emerge. So it was important.
It's amazing to me that you can make a board out of anything. It could be a piece of typing paper and you can use a crayon. I mean, it's the idea that you sit there and you focus your intention, and then it does what it does, So it's not, some people are afraid of the board, but it's not the board itself. It could be a piece of paper. It's just how that form of communication can manifest.
Of course. So as it's
I always
sold,
felt like Jane used it as training wheels for channeling.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I did.
A bridge.
Yeah. Well, she was writing the ESP book then, and she just happened to ask the Spazianis, you know, she was good friends with them. They would have coffee together and whatnot. And she's like, this is what I'm doing. And they're like, oh, we have a Ouija board where nobody's using it. So sure enough, they tried it out. And we talked to, oh my God, Bill McDonald, that was one of the first people that was with Jane and Rob when Seth really did come through. Well, you know, they did even seances together. So when she was just trying stuff out. And, you know, we talked a little bit before about believing in reincarnation. Maybe 5-6 years ago, I didn't really believe or even think about reincarnation. Now it's such a normal part of my life that I think everybody thinks the same way. So I do forget that people aren't at the same place that I'm at, because it's now become so normal for me.
Well, before Seth, the only thing I ever heard about reincarnation was the Hindu version, where if you screw up, you come back as a fly or something.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I knew. And I thought that was bullshit.
Well, I'd heard the word before, but as a Catholic, everything was, you know, you couldn't see a medium, you couldn't do tarot, you couldn't do Reiki, you know, you could only talk to God through a priest. I mean, there was just, they stopped you at every turn.
That was my first really biggest turn on about that particular form of religion, was this thing of you have to go through this guy or else you can't touch this major entity in the whole universe, but you must go through this person. No, that didn't work for me.
Well, and see, that's all I knew. I grew up that way. So I knew nothing else until I learned there was something better, or another way of thinking that I was able to open up. And it took, I mean, I did A Course in Miracles for 5 years before Seth was ever brought to me. I don't know that I was
those
so
were
Catholic.
your training wheels.
They were. If Seth was brought to me first, I'm not sure I could have accepted it.
I was looking for
I talked about my version of reincarnation being the Hindu version. I had a lot of friends about that just before Seth came along, and they were all into reincarnation, and I felt like they were into something that I was missing out on. And I decided I better open up my mind on this.
Yeah.
So to illustrate, to demonstrate that I was willing to look at other options, I wrote a poem, and here it is. Could it be that once upon a gray and yellow time, there was a woman like my mind? And maybe once before in forgotten days of yore, there was a man, and I am he. And perhaps 1,000 years and 100 billion tears will bring a child who will be me. And maybe we will be forever. 2 weeks later, Seth came along.
Wow.
Your training wheels.
Oh, yeah. Very short-lived, but very important. Yeah. And that
where's Audrey? She was about to say something.
She was, and then she popped in the chat and she goes, I'll be right back. So we'll make sure as soon as she comes back, we have to ask her what she wanted. There she is, Audrey. All right. So what did you, go ahead.
I was going to.
Quick for a pit stop.
What?
That's too quick for a pit stop.
No, I wasn't, but I'm listening, so I ran back. I was going to say what got me questioning the church was when my mother got divorced, not from my father, like she was excommunicated because she got remarried, and that just at a very young age didn't sit well with me.
I don't blame you, Audrey, at all.
Yeah.
One Friday night in high school, I had a blind date with a young Italian Catholic girl. And it was like, I don't know, 6 of us, I think 3 couples were going to go to the movies. And we're going to stop and have some dinner first. So we stopped and had dinner. And this girl had forgotten it was Friday. And she had a hamburger.
Yeah.
And after dinner, we're sitting there getting ready to go to the movie. And somebody mentioned something about Friday. And her face, the blood just drained out of her face. And she jumped up and ran into the ladies' room. And a girlfriend of hers followed her in. And she went in there and tickled her throat till she threw up.
Well,
And
I was
then
a rebel with the church, not me.
she made me take her home. She was done.
And you
She
could
really
wait.
felt
You
like
had.
her immortal soul was gone.
We had to wear
And
a hat. Then we didn't have to wear a hat. We could eat meat on Friday. Then we couldn't eat meat on Friday.
yeah. And you yearn for the olden days when the rules were very clear.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Sort of.
I used to keep the money for the collection plate and buy candy with it. I was a rebel.
Oh, that's terrible. I bought cigarettes with mine.
I was too young.
Well, I went to catechism and my father found out and he had a fit. I could consider anything other than quote unquote accepted Christianity that was, non-Catholic.
True
He had a
confessions of
fit, but
recovering
it was
Catholics.
just that all my friends were becoming Catholic and going to catechism. And of course, I wanted to go too. He had a fit.
I had a really good friend
Oh.
in 5th grade, and her name was Marlene. I'll never forget her. And she was Jewish, and she wanted to know about Jesus. And so I told her everything I knew. And her father forbid us to ever talk to each other again. It was the last she would, yep. We were not allowed to be
made
friends.
it stick to.
I never
And
know
he
what
made it stick
happened to
too.
her. So whatever I said, she must have taken it to heart. I hope I said good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, just for questioning what was real.
Yeah, the
Well,
way
it tells you one thing
beliefs
about it tells you one
cripple
thing
us.
about religious beliefs, and that is that people believe, and the more they believe in it, the more afraid they are. That motivates them. And for people who are absolutely dyed in the wool, kill or be killed into it, they're terrified.
Yeah.
For people who are just kind of mildly concerned, they can take it or leave it. But the ones who are most into it are the ones who are most terrified.
And it's interesting because I would say that I was not that into it. Like I didn't go to church every week and blah, blah, blah. But I had so many fears. It was unreal. I was afraid of what I could see, what I couldn't see. I made stuff in my head. I was afraid of everything. I was afraid of the dark. I was afraid of people. And after I started really on this whole spiritual path, which started with A Course in Miracles, and I started understanding that we really are creating what we're seeing around us, I noticed the fears left. Gone. Gone.
Yes.
I can now be the fearless healer, the fearless warrior. It's been amazing.
And that is the transition that we have to see happen in the entire human race, or as much of it as possible.
Yes.
Until and unless that happens, the craziness will abound.
Yes.
The racial hatred, the wars, all of it is all based on the fear. And religion is one of the prime propagators of fear. Not the only one, unfortunately.
Yeah. But it's
all of them. It's not just the Catholics.
That's the Piscean age. That whole thing of believe what I tell you. No, don't do as I do. Just blind belief is Piscean. And so we're moving out of that into a sign that rules knowledge, pure knowledge.
Yeah, if it doesn't scare you, you don't get it. That was the rule of the day. And God help you if you don't get it, because you're lost.
We're moving on, though.
We are. One person at a time.
Painfully.
Yes, we are moving on.
And I love it that
it's a lot of garbage to let go of for 8 billion people.
Yeah.
That's a lot of garbage to leave behind. I mean,
It is,
why our
but then there's a
landfills are
lot of
overflowing.
that behind garbage that we're also rediscovering. When you look at the technological advances of just the field of archaeology, we're discovering other whole civilizations that came before what we thought was dictating our dogmas. So the dogmas are crumbling. You know, the truth of who else was here and where they went and what happened to them. And all of that is negating some of that dogma of this is what happened and this is how it went. I mean, I have very seldom met many Christian people who had actually studied the history of the religion. And
they
all
don't teach it
Yeah.
in Catholics.
you know, it's just read what the book says and go by that and don't question anything else. But no, if you do the historical research, then you run into a whole lot of other stuff.
And the things that have been justified in the name of religions,
Oh yeah.
I mean, the most obvious one is the Inquisition. I mean,
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
Crusades.
I'm killing you in the name of this God of love.
Yeah, excuse me. You have to explain that to me one more time. I don't think I quite got it.
Yeah. But when you take away the fear, like you said, when you realize that this is not your only shot, you know, if something slows you up in this life or keeps you from doing what you thought you wanted to do, it's not the end of the world, and you're not going to die unfulfilled and then you disappear from the universe. No, you get all these chances to come and do it a different way, come and change your mind, whatever it is. But once you've removed the fear of mortality, everything else opens up. Everything opens up. All your attitudes change.
Well, you know what?
You can lay back.
I wrote
one
another.
of the things that
I wrote
Seth
another poem about
said
the same kind.
was,
The last two lines of which
Wait.
address
What were
that
you
very
saying,
point.
Kate? Wait, Ned.
I said, one of the things that Seth said is if he realized what happened at death, he would have enjoyed it a lot more.
Yeah, I remember that.
I don't remember what book it was in, but that was good. Yeah, he would have enjoyed
I think
it
it was
more.
Seth Speaks.
Okay.
That's fabulous.
What you were saying, though, Mickey, I wrote another poem, the last two lines of which were, do we fear most that the dance will end too soon or that it will tremble on forever like the wind? And I think that is the fundamental debate for humanity, is we can't decide whether we're more afraid that this is it and we're gone or that we're eternal.
Yeah. But
Seriously, I mean,
I love the
somebody
lack
said,
of fear.
make your decision right now. Make you crazy.
Yeah. I'm so relieved. I think the whole thing about running into Seth was the magnificent relief.
Is this thing frozen up or is everybody gone silent at once? I think it's
That
frozen
was
up.
weird. Ned, you're frozen, but we can hear you talking.
Yeah.
You know, Mickey, I think that for me, I'm not afraid of death. I have always believed in life after death. I think that is now changed to what I believe life is after death. Like,
right.
You know, it's not, you know, the pearly gates and whatever, but
Right.
I do believe there's existence after death.
Yeah.
What bothers me is how you get to that point. Like,
Uh-huh.
I want to live until I die and then let it be over. And then I will start the new, you know, I don't want to be sick and then die.
Right.
That's my thing. But learning through Seth that, see, A Course in Miracles may have taught to, that you create what's around you, like a movie or a TV show, but it didn't really address belief systems and changing your beliefs. That was instrumental in what I learned from Seth, is that what we believe, what we focus on is what we get. So if we focus on fear all the time, we just get more fear. If we focus on illness or focus on this COVID thing, you know, we're more bound to pick it up because we're lowering our vibration. By focusing on the good things, the beauty. I mean, that one thing he said is, you know, a flower, you know, the beauty in a flower. He talked about the beauty of the earth and how special it is to see everything we have here. If we focused on that, that raises our vibration. So changing our belief system. And I didn't even realize when I first started this, that beliefs were truths. They were 100% truths. And they're not. And how do you,
beliefs.
they're just beliefs, right? And I can change. I don't have to have the beliefs that my parents had or the priest had or whatever. I can have my own beliefs that serve me right. And, you know, the children of Sethis that learn and grow up this way, oh my God, that's just got to be amazing.
Yes.
Just amazing to grow up with free beliefs of goodness and love and peace and, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree. It's a great
You know,
gift
the
to have.
rules surrounding that are really very simple. A belief is any idea whose truth and validity you no longer question. And we don't call those things beliefs. We call them facts. So the beliefs that you have that really matter, if you look in your mind trying to find them, you're not going to, because they're all labeled facts. Oh, that's not a belief, that's a fact. I've got to move that aside. You have to start looking at the facts and realizing that they are just beliefs in disguise.
Yes. Yep. And
that's the hard part.
It is the hard part. And the fact that you do have to peel them like an onion to find, oh, okay, well, I cleared this one. Now this comes up. Now I have to clear another one out.
Indispensable.
So, but it's doable. It's 100% doable. And I live this way now. I have to check in, you know, why do I believe this? You know, who said I have to believe this? And how can I change it? And what feels better to me? That I can do this with anything.
Yes.
Miriam.
The internet is an example of that too, because you can now go onto the internet, and no matter what your belief is, you can find somebody who swears that they have the research to prove it. And then you go and look up the opposite, and that is true there as well. So now it's back in your lap. You have to make the choice of what your belief is going to be, because, you know, the menu of what people believe is from one end to the other of the extremes.
For me, it's what I feel.
And they're all sure they're
absolutely.
Right.
I agree.
They're all absolutely sure they're right. I mean, righteously.
Exactly.
And if you don't agree with them, you're the lunatic.
But that's their reality. And once you can understand that, yeah, okay, that's what you feel. Hello. Hello, Sean.
Hey, Sean.
Hi, Shauna. And
we're missing you, sweetie pie.
She's landing.
Now, Petra asked in the chat, she often has repeat dreams of places that she doesn't know in normal life. Do we? I actually have a repeat dream. It's not the same dream, but it's the same place. And it's a house. And it feels like it's my house, but I've never seen it. And I know exactly how it's decorated, how the outside world is, and I think I would know it if I saw it. And I don't know what it means.
I have a dream of a town, of a small town with small streets. In dream, I know every house and the persons, but I feel me here family in this dream. But I cannot say, okay, please, I want to return in this town if I go to bed. You understand?
Yes, yes.
And now I want to ask you if you have an idea with the state material to find return in this town.
Hello, bitch. Hello, bitch. Get the fuck up. You're a whore.
I knew that.
Here we go.
Time for the kill switch.
I know. I've got a bunch of them in that want to be in.
Oh, well, that's their reality. They're not coming in ours.
Well, yeah. I don't know how to get rid of them.
Okay, well, just you can mute them, right?
Well, I'm just.
Oh, you should be able to kick them off pretty easily.
Well, there's a whole bunch of things that I need to do if I'm going to report them. So it takes a while. So I've got 3 more that want to come in. Now, Rhett, I'm assuming you're okay. Yes. Okay. All right.
Hello, Sean.
Hello everyone. Hello.
Hi, Shauna.
Hi.
Missed you,
Hi, Ned.
missed
Hi,
you.
Audrey.
See ya.
Yeah, I know. Sorry. With my
I
mom.
have a question.
Yes.
Why are there so many fucking niggers in here?
Yo, I hate the terrorists. Yo, support ISIS. Yo, I have
Loads.
a bomb. Yo, I'm gonna blow a bomb over your cities. Yo,
Go,
where do you
go,
live? Yo, where do you live?
Loads.
Yo, where do you live? Yo,
Loads, honey.
where do you live? Yo, where do you?
Okay. I still have 3 more. Okay, we're gonna have to change the password for next week.
Kick 'em
Okay.
off.
It's just amazing what some people's reality really is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, this one
Well,
is
you know,
Joe
what-
M.
I have to.
What was the last thing we were talking about before that started? Fear.
Sounds like you guys were talking about recurring dream locations or
And we just got
locations.
a working example. Object lesson.
Yeah.
Hello.
They're just one after another after another.
This stupid fucking justice, all fucking righteous fucking nigger, Alex is.
Okay, I'm removing all of them. I'm not gonna even.
This is when my Aries wants to come out, and yell back at them, but I don't.
How's Willie, Audrey?
Good, good.
Good.
Healthy. He's got FIV, but he's pretty healthy.
Oh, wow. Does he have to be medicated for that?
No, no, luckily.
Yeah, that's good. It's good.
They are just pounding in one after another after another.
What are they doing? Are they trying to just join the meeting?
Yeah.
They're just trying to join the meeting?
Yep. Okay, I deleted all of them though. I didn't let everyone I let in that I didn't know their name were inappropriate.
Yeah.
Oh God, Camilla iPhone. No, I don't want to do it. Remove.
Conversation on Facebook if you want to be in. And that way they can't do that if they're not a member of the group. Right?
Say that again.
They can't join in on the chat on Facebook if they're not a member of the group. Is that not true?
No, anybody can join. They need to know the password, so somehow they've gotten it.
Okay, well then maybe there should be an area on the Facebook group that they have to post to in order to be recognized. And that way they have to be part of the group or they can't be in there.
Well, what I usually do is I just have people email me and then I send them how to get in. And obviously...
Well, that's going to have to rely on that.
Right. But anybody that asks me, I could give it to them and it could be one of these people.
Yeah.
See, I don't know who they are.
Probably not going to be a lot you can do except for what you are doing, what you can do.
Yeah. So, and I really appreciate when things like this happen, that Sean and Ned and Audrey and Mickey are here to kind of, keep things going while I'm trying to remove people, which I'm still doing.
Thank you. I feel special today.
Well, you got in right before this all started.
Yeah, really.
Crazy.
Well, I'm glad I slid in there.
And we lost Red. So Red's camera wasn't working right.
At least he belonged.
He did, but I don't know if I kicked him off by accident. Because he's not on anymore. And
he said it was on his laptop.
Yeah.
By the way, I mentioned something a couple of minutes ago, and I'm not sure if it got through, but the last thing we were talking about before this all happened was fear. And suddenly there's this explosion of terrified people trying to get some attention.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Well, maybe that was a little bit of precognition on your part.
Exactly. Well, no, I think it was more. Oh, maybe a little bit. Oh, what's that coming over the horizon? Oh, it's all those scared people.
Mm-hmm. As if to serve as a little example of what you were starting to talk about.
Yeah. So here's a little test. If they stop coming in, we'll know that that's what happened and that we got it and it's over.
Yeah. Well, it takes a certain amount of energy to hold on to that kind of anger and malice and you know, it's exhausting. It's exhausting. So hopefully they'll get tired after a while and you know, need a
But when you
nap.
live there, that's just life.
Yeah.
When you've lived there all your life, that's the way it is. You don't even notice it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Normal.
It's normal, right? Mm-hmm.
And that is the sickness of it all.
Yeah.
Well, I can't
agree.
tell you how many people, and I'm still one after another, I am denying. There has been at least 30
Really?
since it started. Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, it kind of reminds me of a comedian one time who was talking about Jehovah's Witnesses knocking on their door and wanting to talk to them. And he said, well, what I do is I say, well, you know, I'd love to talk to you. I really want to talk to you, but I can't right now. Well, let's give me your name and address, and I'll come over at dinner time and knock on your door. I just wish there was some way we could apply that.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was perfect.
Yeah. But you know, when I did come in, the last thing I heard you guys talking about,
recurring dreams.
Yeah, I have a couple of locations that I go to constantly in my dream. One is I'm almost always in like a school environment or a large or like a learning setting where I'm surrounded by other people and we're all learning. It can either be like an elementary school or a high school or college campus, big, beautiful ivy covered college campus. But almost always there seems to be like I'm in a condition of learning, a state of learning somewhere. And when I'm not having those dreams, I can, like you said, Kate, there are locations that just are familiar to you in the dream state where you know you've been there. You know that this is your house or this is your place or, you know, the whole location is familiar. Absolutely. I can't use any other term to describe it except for familiar. It is
Yeah, and it's recurring, and it's usually like it's not a home that I know in my physical life.
Not at all. Not at all.
But I dream about it often, and it feels like it is mine.
Right. You recognize it as yours.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I've had that happen, but I've also had it happen where there was a place that I was my home, except it didn't look like my home anymore.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
But it still felt like home, you know, and I've had that happen, not just home, but other places I was really familiar with, real places.
Yeah, and, I go to my childhood home a lot.
Yeah, me too.
Mm-hmm. And
I haven't for a long time, but I used to quite often.
And when I go there, a lot of times I feel like I'm in an alternate version of my childhood reality because it's almost never the same. There's always some change. My home can be huge, whereas my real home used to be small. The street can be different. There's always some kind of difference where it feels like a parallel, alternate childhood of mine. But it's still the same place that I remember when I was a kid, but I know it was different.
Okay, I'm going to let Sam in. I'm pretty sure he's a good guy.
Won't take long to figure it out.
I know.
Right here, Sam. Here I am.
Yes, Sam, I am.
Oh, we had a Sam anyway.
Here's your mate.
This isn't makeup.
Sam, are you a good guy? And Charlie's trying to get in, so I'm not gonna let iPhone 7 in though. Out. Oh my God, this is ridiculous, guys. Keep talking. Carry on. I have so many things running on my computer right now that it won't even open up a window.
Oh my gosh.
I'm trying to send Charlie. I'm trying to send Charlie the password, and I know he's a good guy. Don't share this.
Hi, Sam.
Hi.
Hello, Sam.
Hi, Sam.
Audio, Sam.
Now, when you were talking about an instance that you knew of about the Jehovah's Witnesses.
Okay,
visiting.
wait, hold on a second, Mickey. Sam, I see another Sam waiting to get in. Is that you? Sam? There's
I
another
don't think he can
Sam.
hear you.
All right, let me admit that one. I remember him being on and him having two different things going.
Oh, yes, that's right. I remember that too.
Yeah. Okay, Sam, I think you're joining on another name. So Sam M.
Well, I see the first one, and he's
Can
familiar.
you hear us, Sam?
No.
No, we got two of the same
Now
guy.
he's two in there. All right, let's unmute him. Hi, Sam. Can you hear us now?
Thank you.
Okay, you're on there. You're
Alternate Sam.
two times.
Well, pick one of them off.
Ned,
Doesn't matter
I
which.
like your videos. I try to say to Ned that I love his videos.
On YouTube.
But on YouTube, but it tests my, marginal hearing. But I love it. I mostly read what you say because I cannot hear perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, every one of you. Kate,
Hey, now we're down to one Sam. Okay.
I know. I deleted the one and I left the one that I knew was talking, so we're good.
Seth, Kate.
Yes.
I want to tell you, I am participating in another group, and with Dennis, not about Seth. And what Dennis does, he sends us several hours before the meeting an email. Okay, once a week, several hours before, with all the information. So maybe you can do that.
Well,
to avoid
see, the thing is, Sam, is I never know who's going to join because this is public. And it's
it's public.
So I never know who's going to join. So what I do is
I reserved just for the group.
It is not. No, I
didn't know that.
I tell people if you want to join Zoom to email me and I will send you the password. So obviously someone has hacked it and now I have to change it for next week.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not expert. Sorry.
Yeah, well, and I don't know what else to
that
do
was a
other
good
than
idea,
what I'm
Sam.
doing. It's a great idea. It's a great idea if I knew who was coming.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's see. George. No, I'm going to remove him. He doesn't feel good. George, I'm so sorry, George, if you were really good, but I didn't know.
So, Kate, now you have to rely on your inner senses to tell you.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
Who feels right and who doesn't? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And G6 would have been deleted if I didn't know it was Ned.
Wow.
Yeah, well, you said so at the time. But thank goodness things hadn't gotten so bad that you kicked me off just, from that standpoint.
Well, I hope we get to see Charlie come over here.
What is the purpose of Seth testing us? with the intruders. Wow, that's very big.
Well, we've created it.
I also find it
That's what I was thinking. I was like, why did we create this event?
I find it interesting that so many people should suddenly have this uncontrollable urge to hack this group. It kind of makes me think that they're in cahoots somehow.
You think so? You think so? Like it's organized?
Well, in some fashion, yeah. I just can't help thinking, especially when they all seem to have a very similar agenda.
Yeah, yeah. It would be odd. I mean, I can see the random wacko. I can see the random person.
Yeah.
Here and there.
Once here, once there.
Sounds like an organized effort.
when there's a couple of 3 dozen all at once, and they're all singing from the same songbook. Duh.
Right.
But there's some people who are trolls, and they take any opportunity they can to be trolls. They're not.
Oh, that's so true. That's what
Yeah, they're equal opportunity trolls. They'll hack anybody.
Right. Right. They will. They just enjoy trolling.
Yes. And that's amazing to me. It's just, I don't want to
How
create
desperate does your
karma.
life have to be that trolling is your hobby?
Hello.
Well, it probably gives you, just imagine the pleasure of trolling. Imagine having immediate sense of power and
Power trip.
getting power from shock value, from saying something that you know is going to be shocking suddenly, just putting all your energy out there into that and just be like, yeah.
Yeah, and it's
That's
not,
right.
yeah, and now I have to go in and try to figure out how to delete those little sections, because there's no
Boy.
way I'm going to have those words spoken on our
I
website.
know.
No
I know.
way.
Oh,
So
yeah.
so I have to go through and listen to
Edit.
all this, figure out how to edit that out, which I'm not an editor, and the
Not
software
yet.
on YouTube does not work on
Oh,
my
you know what?
computer.
You know what you can do? Use
What?
it for Seth publicity. Say, put a link and say, trolls, target Seth group. Angry racist trolls target Seth group.
Oh my God, that's crazy.
I'll click on that link. Hell yeah.
Oh my.
I'll click that link. So use it.
Use it.
Maybe that's the purpose. Maybe that's the reason for it.
I don't know.
Well, it'll show some social awareness, some sensitivity. You'll be calling people out for their bad deeds.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
There's another approach that we haven't looked at here. If we had some way of passing out the password, but you have to take a test to get it.
Yeah.
Anybody can take the test, but you don't get the password unless you pass.
Hey, Charlie.
And we're not talking about a rocket science test. It was like, what was Seth's first book?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
What was his name for Jane Roberts?
Yeah.
Who took the notes? I mean, this is not rocket science to anybody that,
That's true.
to those guys like, what the hell are they talking about? Let's go to someplace else.
Yeah.
Make it hard. True. They'll give up.
Well, I'll come up with something for next week.
Unfortunately, you can't do that just through Zoom. That'd be cool, though, if you could, instead of a password, if you had a quiz or both.
And there are other options. Zoom just happens to work really well. I mean, I have not tried the Facebook thing. Like, there's rooms in
either.
Facebook.
Google's got one now. Microsoft has one now.
Actually,
maybe it's time that we look around.
My business uses Square. They came up with one now too.
Oh, really?
But these are not tried and true. I mean, Zoom works. I have never had a trouble with Zoom until that first one. So there's been 3 sessions that we've had trouble.
It reminds me of an episode of Star Trek Voyager where they were trying to run some traffic through an alien relay station, and the aliens came on and told them they couldn't do it. And 7 of 9 shocked through the system that knocked the alien on his butt so they could keep using his hardware. I always thought that was kind of a cool solution. If you won't listen to reason, I'll just zap you.
I would love to zap each one of them.
Yeah, really. I just don't know how to do it.
If I could get a taser through this computer, boy, I would have done it.
Oh, where do I sign up for that? Can I pull the trigger? Oh, well.
Okay, I don't know
really
what happened between Miriam and Charlie, but now she sees who Charles is. That was a good face, Charlie. Miriam's on Facebook and she says, "Oh, now I know who Charles is. Sorry, Charles."
Oh.
Oh.
Amazing.
Yeah, this is
it someone she knows?
I don't know.
I don't know her that I know of.
Hi.
Hi. Nice to see you.
Hello,
good to
Charles.
see you.
Hi, Kate. Hi, Mickey. Hi,
Hello.
Audrey. Hi, Nat.
Hi.
Sean.
Hey, Charles.
Charlie.
Josh. Hey.
Yeah, I've got to figure out a better solution. I'll come up with something.
Every confidence in you, Kate.
I sent a lot of these out. They were all to people, though, that I think I knew. except one person. His name was Donald, I want to say Hicks,
Trump.
and Don Hicks maybe. And I just sent that to him today.
Oh, wait a minute. No,
What?
never mind. I thought I had a suggestion, but
Oh,
it goes back to what I said a few minutes ago about asking a quiz. You can do quizzes on Facebook, but I don't think you can do it where you reveal something if they get it right.
right. Then everybody will see it. I trying to think.
You could do that. You could do that on Google with their online documentation. You can do quizzes and stuff like that, and you can also have certain things shown if and only if they pass the test.
I think this is becoming too difficult.
I know.
Yeah,
I know. I'm
Yeah.
almost thinking like, what if we were to come up with like a panel and have a panel of people that are the ones that do the discussion, and then the Facebook people just listen or ask questions on Facebook, and then we don't have to give out the Zoom to everybody. But you know what? Sam is the last person that really joined us, that has come back a couple of times, and he wouldn't be on here if
Sean
we
was
did it
late
that way.
today.
Right.
Well, I'm not saying late as in each time, but Sam is probably the newest person, like Charlie and Ned. I want to say Audrey, and well, that's it. And me.
Mickey.
Mickey wasn't on in the beginning, so Mickey
oh,
wouldn't have been
okay.
included. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
When I'm saying the
Yeah, I
beginning
get
is
that.
when we started. So have and I don't know how we would invite people to be on the panel or to be the ones that are doing the speaking.
Maybe you could pick from people who respond on the page to the different discussions and posts and so forth. And
Well, I
then you
have a
start
suggestion. I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner. I could put a page on my website. It is a little quiz. You pass, you get the password. You don't, you don't. And the password can be changed very easily from moment to moment. Does that sound doable?
Once this is started, I can't change the password. So.
Oh.
No, I'm talking. Well, no, I'm not suggesting we do it moment by moment, but it would be that easy.
Yeah.
No, we do it week by week or whatever. And it could actually give you a link, and you click on the link, and it gives you the password along with it.
If you click on the link, it's on the web, and anybody can get it. Phishing tools are just free on the.
Oh yeah, but they don't. But that everybody has the link, but only the right people would have the password. You only include the link for convenience.
Well, the link includes the password. Like if you click on the link here, you don't need the password. So I don't send
okay, never mind about the link. Let me you can log into Zoom, you can put a link to Zoom, and then they have to put in the conference number and the password.
All right.
So you can put
so why don't we table this? I mean, we've only got 10 more minutes. So let's table this. Let's talk about it amongst ourselves, not publicly. And I am going to let Mackenzie Ziegler through, and God knows what this is like, but it feels okay. We'll see. I could be wrong.
Well,
we'll see. Mackenzie. Oh, it already
one-off,
looks
we
wrong.
can afford to be wrong.
It already looks wrong.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I'm just going to remove.
Yeah.
I didn't do that. They removed themselves. They knew. Okay.
Maybe there's a wrong number.
All right. So Seth, why are you letting these hackers in? What are we learning?
Okay. First of all, we are all conspiring together to create it, and nobody else gives a damn. Secondly, one of the things that I learned early on with this, if you want to know what something is doing there, look at the difference it makes. How are things different now than they would have been if this hadn't happened?
Mm-hmm.
Well, truly, I mean, we were having great conversation. We were talking about so many things, and now all we're talking about is them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so first of all, so I put an end. That's why I brought back up the fear thing, because that was the thread that was most energetic. And so it put an end to that. I've tried to bring it back up a couple times, and the group is not into getting back into that.
Well,
so that tells me that there may be some resistance to getting farther into the idea of fear as an instigator.
Well, fear is definitely an instigator, and I personally believe that the more you focus on something, the stronger it gets. So I don't want to focus on fear myself.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, so that's my feeling.
I'm aware of it, but I don't want to constantly discuss it. And
focusing on fear is fine. Focusing on your fear is the problem. Because that means you're taking it seriously. I think it's very important that we all focus on fear because we're swimming in a sea of it. Even if it's not my fear, it's somebody else's.
Maybe that's the whole purpose of what has happened here with us today. Maybe that's the purpose. We all need to what we've all created for ourselves to witness, I guess, is fear and hatred.
I hate to have to prove it,
and
but
how
I think
it touches us, even when we don't want it to touch us, you know.
Yep.
Well, I want to keep us safe. Like that is absolute paramount of my feelings, is I want to keep this group safe and free and be able to discuss what we want to discuss without having hackers or inappropriate people. I mean, we've had less this time because I have this room set up and they're sitting in that room. There's another one right now. So they're sitting in that room waiting for me to let them in.
Okay.
When I didn't have the room set up, they were just jumping right on board. So the one thing that we can do is I can make it so that people have to log in to Zoom, have to log into Zoom first. Right now you can bypass Zoom, anybody can join. When I did that, there were a lot of people that couldn't get on. Jeff couldn't get on. There was Oshara couldn't get on. Yeah.
So giving them proper documentation will help that.
It will, because then Zoom is going to know who's in. But that makes it harder for people to get in.
Well, maybe
I'd be very happy to write up the instructions. I get paid outrageous amounts of money for writing those kinds of instructions.
You didn't have any trouble getting in that night, Ned. You clicked on the link that I sent, you got right in. Yet Oshara couldn't, Jeff couldn't, and everybody got the same link. So why?
I still had to put in the password.
You had to put in the password, but you had to log into your Zoom account. That was the key. And not everybody has a Zoom account. They just want to be a Zoom participant.
No, I'm trying to reconstruct it. I think what did happen was I clicked on the link in the email, and it opened up the Zoom page on my web browser, but it also opened up the Zoom application in my, on my computer, and the app brought up the password prompt.
Okay.
Now, if I didn't have Zoom already installed, it would have gone to the Zoom web page, and that would have prompted me to download and install the app.
Yes.
Since I already had it, it didn't do that. But I still had to put the password in. And I did not open the app first.
See, and I don't see any of the stuff because I'm the administrator. I just get in.
Exactly. You're in a limited position.
Yes. Yeah. So I don't know how it looks to you guys. And when I tested it on Oshara's computer, it worked. Yet she couldn't get in when I wasn't with her. And that's been a problem for me, which is really not a problem. It's a great thing. Computers, like I would say I was never gifted psychically, but me and computers, me and technology work great together. And I mean, when I was at work, somebody's computer, they could be having so many troubles with it. And they're like, please come and help me. And I would stand behind them and I say, okay, show me what it's doing. And it would work perfectly. I would walk away and sit down and it would be broken again. Yeah. But I just have a really good rapport with computers.
That's interesting.
Unfortunately,
it is.
When you a whole lot of friends, when you walk away, it breaks again.
Yeah.
That was a long time ago.
I want to say that we should realize that we love to be at peace when we discuss set and to listen to each comment. This is one. Second, I don't think it is we didn't create this reality. the mass in United States, in Europe, everywhere, send us a little glimpse of what's going outside, and we need to find a way to deal with it. And I think Kate say for limited disruption, we can live with it. I like that, because there's an ocean of trouble around us.
Yeah.
Yesterday, someone get killed again. So we did not create this reality. It's glimpses of the mass reality that pouring on us. We are not guilty of that. In addition, the creator of Zoom, I am sure that Zoom has some solution. I'm sure, because otherwise Zoom cannot work in the public area. So we need the expert, Kate, should really find the solution with them. We cannot make the solution. We need to know how to use their solution. Okay.
You know what occurs to me right now is that we got to quit looking for solutions out there with things we can do, and recognize that we sent out invitations to these people psychically to come and disrupt us.
I might have said
we gotta
it
stop doing that
on the computer.
Yeah. No, seriously, we're painting ourselves as victims here. Well, of course, Seth, all those nasty people come breaking in and causing us trouble.
I know.
Of chips. I think we ought to kick the door wide open.
To be victims right now, huh?
I talk about being very hypocritical.
Well, I will contact Zoom and I will see what I can do, and I'll see what their suggestions are. But I think the suggestion is going to be people need to log into Zoom first. So they have to have a Zoom account. And
I was offered that option when I first signed in, but I ignored that where it says, if you want to sign in,
Right. And that's,
do you want to just launch the meeting? And I just let it launch.
Right. And
I'm reminded of a story that Alan Watts used to tell about a Buddhist priest. This guy was trying to kill a mosquito. And the priest said to him, wouldn't it be easier to let go of your mosquito consciousness? So how about letting go of our hacker consciousness? And if it doesn't work at first, we'll know we didn't do it well enough, and we'll do it better.
That's easy for you guys. I'm the one here going delete.
Yeah.
And you know what? The fear in me that I'm deleting somebody that really should be here, and that
See, maybe that's part of the whole thing, Kate. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe that's
a big
consequence, but maybe that serves a greater purpose as well. Maybe people are like,
Kate is
man,
the only one stuck with that.
Imagine being a decent person. Imagine being a decent person, a decent Seth, fan, and wanting to log into. Finally, you have the courage to want to log, or join the group and talk and listen and say hi to everybody. And some freak pops out of nowhere, screaming the N-word. How horrified must our brothers be? You know what I mean? So things happen for a reason. I mean, things happen good. When it doesn't seem like it is good, it serves a greater purpose.
Yeah. I say that we should all milk this puppy for all it's worth in terms of growth and learning and understanding.
Yeah.
I mean, milk it till it's bone dry.
And I guess that just shows you the nature of people who don't follow Seth.
For sure.
That's how people that don't follow Seth really are.
Oh, that's funny.
Nukin's too good for them.
No, that's you're flattering them with that.
Well, in any event, I will change the password. I will talk to Zoom and come up with another safety feature. And I will send out an email to, do I have everybody's email here?
I think so.
Not mine, but let me ask you something, Kate.
Yeah.
Do you know for sure that the people who are logging on, are they logging on with the password?
They must be, because it's password. Yeah.
They
They
have
must
to
You
be.
might want to ask Zoom about that. I think you're right, but you might want to ask Zoom
I
if
mean,
there's any
I'm,
way they could get around it.
I mean, the link that I sent out in emails
Mm-hmm.
has the password in it. So if somebody shared that with someone that was an undesirable, then they do have it. Now, I sent it out to anybody that asked me for it. And if they were an undesirable, then they have it.
Yeah.
Well, I
You
didn't
know?
need a
No,
password.
I read an
Yeah.
article on the Google Newsfeed yesterday. You know how when you go on a YouTube, a lot of videos have commercials that
Yeah.
intersperse?
Yep.
And this article was about how to defeat that. And all you have to do is in the address, youtube.com, put a dot after the com. And that video no longer has commercials.
Oh.
Really?
I tried it and it works. Yeah.
Oh.
My point here is there may be something that simple with Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably not that.
That's
Well,
amazing.
I will do a little bit of research on that, but I know that people have been having trouble with it, and part of the Zoom room is helpful. And they've made it harder for hackers because they're now using it in schools. So I think basically our stuff is just so public, you know, it's not private.
Well, maybe that's the problem, is we need to make it less public.
Mm-hmm. Well, this has become a planning session. You know,
kinda,
this is
yeah.
where we're, I mean, this is
Yeah,
not
like we talked
really,
about biographies and stuff, yeah.
I don't think that we probably have to worry about putting this one on YouTube, because it's us discussing what we've been through as well as the 3 interruptions. So, you know, do it whatever way you like. It's up to you, but we are having a kind of tete-a-tete to figure out what our focus will be and how we'll address this.
Yes. And I do like the idea of a discussion panel.
I do too.
Yeah, I like that idea a lot. And we've got really good people here. Not all of them are on tonight, but we've had wonderful people over the last 2.5 months.
Well, and we've had as many as 20 people online at one time.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So if we had 20 people, only 10 of them showed up on the panel, that would be a pretty good panel.
Absolutely, it would. Yeah.
If they were the right 20 people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
it's been a very. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And outside there is a thunderstorm too. Yes. I wish you the best, and I hope you see us next week. Yes.
Thanks, Petra. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye, Petra.
Good night, sweetheart.
Glad you could come by.
Good to see you.
Yeah, we'll figure this out. I just don't want undesirables in here. That's all.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, like you said, I think we've done very well.
Yeah.
For just starting out, you know, I really think it's gone beautifully so far.
You know, every week has been something new and different, right? And I want to say, so it's been me, and I think Ned, you've been on every single call, and I think Audrey has too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It took a while for her to find her voice, but
that's all right. She's going to tell us how she found Seth someday.
Yes. When she's ready.
Say that?
In a bookstore.
I've heard the stories of quite a few people in this group, and they're suitable for framing, every one of them.
Seth knocked on my door. Called me up. Hello.
Hello, I'm a channel personality.
Hello, guess what I did?
One ringy dingy.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah. Am I reached the party to whom I am speaking?
Am I speaking to the spirit to whom I am speaking?
You guys are way too old. I recognize all those references.
Yeah,
Oh,
well,
you look
so
too
are you, baby
young.
cakes. You wouldn't know.
That's funny, because I thought about it before I said it. I said, would anybody even know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
We all got it. Yeah. I think
Well,
dear
we
Sean is
trauma
the
will never
youngest one
die.
here.
Hey, I think you are, Sean. You're probably the youngest in here.
You
I
look
don't
like the
know.
baby.
Well, I'm 54.
Oh, come on.
Well, you're younger than me.
A lot younger than me. You're my daughter's age.
Oh my gosh.
You're
Yeah.
only 2 years ahead of my daughter. That's
Awesome.
amazing. How old were you when you discovered Seth?
I discovered Seth, I guess, around maybe like 2005, 2006, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
That's good. That's wonderful.
That's when my life changed.
Everyone says
I'm with-
that. I've never met anyone who didn't think that immediately their life changed.
Yeah, mine certainly did.
I'm still waiting to talk to the first person that said, yeah, I read Seth. Nothing happened.
Yeah. Yeah. How do you read Seth and be like, oh, well, whatever. You know, I don't believe it, whatever.
But then we're not going to speak to them. We're not going to run into them because we're still in it. And they would have put it down and gone about their business and not be interested in being on a Seth page.
That's
right. Right. I guarantee you, not a single person that we've encountered today, you know, has ever read anything to do, you know, probably never even read the preface of a Seth book.
Yeah, probably weren't even aware of what group it was.
You're right.
Trolling opportunities, a
Yes.
handbook.
Right. Right.
Yep.
That's why I say, Kate, leave the video on YouTube unedited. Leave it unedited.
Yeah,
Because people are gonna tune in just to see the craziness. You know what I mean?
Joe said
value of it.
Joe said the same thing.
All
Milk it for all it's
publicity is
worth.
good publicity.
Oh yeah.
Right, because now people are going to say, "What's so bad about Seth? Why they hate on Seth? Who's Seth? Who's Seth?" And then maybe they'll read the book. Maybe they'll read a book.
Maybe.
You know, there's another angle no one's mentioned yet, and that is, what if we just didn't let these people go ahead and come on in, and then talk to them?
Well, because they're not really people.
No, they're not.
What they're doing is they're so I went to, if I let them in long enough, you can see there's a website that's associated with each and every one of them, and I went to that website, and it's a place where you can make little videos. So they're just playing a loop.
Okay, so they're bots.
Probably, yeah.
That explains why they hit in swarms.
Yeah. And I don't know how it works. And I did report the first person, but it takes so long to report them that the other ones were coming in so fast.
Very
You know,
interesting.
there's one way to shut them down. It's called a distributed denial of service attack. You just flood that website with incoming
web
requests.
I don't think that website is the problem. It's they are creating the vehicle in which these people are using.
Right.
Yes. And that's what I'm saying. But if they create it and you can't get to it, you can't use it.
Well, yeah. But I think that these are already made.
Unfortunately, it's also illegal, so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and plus whoever else is on that website legitimately,
yeah,
that's not that kind of person, you don't want to prevent them from being able to have any connection to the website.
Right. And yes, you can't do denial of service.
We don't want to become
them,
that which we don't like, which is flooding someone else with unwanted contact.
Yes.
I think that Jane's or Kate's approach to putting them in cold storage in a separate room is probably, at least for now, the best thing.
Yeah.
Oh,
I want to say something. Miriam's on Facebook and she has to sign off now. She's having computer problems. So we want to say happy birthday. Her birthday's tomorrow.
Happy birthday, Miriam.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Miriam.
This is a good way to sign off. And yes, having that room is a good idea. And the other thing is I'm going to make it so that everybody has to sign on to Zoom first. So you have to have an account with Zoom, be signed in to be allowed in.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I think,
Yeah.
but I'll ask their opinion. I'll contact them.
That's a good idea.
I had to contact them because I owed the next year. So the Seth House is going to pay for this next year because the Seth House is the one using it. And
how expensive is it?
I think it's like $160, $170 a year. So it's not that bad.
That's not bad.
No, not if you break it down into months. So
Yeah.
anyway, so we'll be good until next July. And but I couldn't even, there's nobody there to talk to. Like they just hang up on you. They're the rudest people in the world. Zoom is. Yeah.
Really?
So to ask them questions, it has to be something that I can either find online, do the research myself. So anybody that wants to do a little bit of research, let me know. But I will try. I will try.
Okay.
And I won't edit this one. I will put it up the way it is.
Oh,
it's crazy.
Put it the way it is. Put it the way it is. And invite everybody who, anybody who, is horrified by that, who knows is wrong, who has something they want to say about it, let them come to a meeting and express their feelings.
Woo. Well, when I put it up, you can put those comments in.
Yeah. I'll be the first one to comment.
All right.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
Well,
so this
you
will
might
be
parental guidance.
Well, yeah. This will be going up on
like
YouTube. Yeah. Well, and I have to say that I tell YouTube and Facebook that this is not for children. It's not targeting children at all, so it's not appropriate for them at all.
No.
Yeah. So there's a lot that I go through to get it up and get it done. And YouTube is being utilized a lot, just like Zoom is. So everything is much slower and tedious.
Yeah.
So I'm going to see if I can do the video editing on Oshara's computer. She's got a newer computer than I do. It won't work on mine. I had to take down one of our very best videos because there was a fella that he reported us because of privacy issues. We didn't tell him it was going to be on YouTube. And I'm like, it's live on Facebook. It's live for everybody to see. And then instead of going through the hassle, I just pulled it off.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow. So it was somebody we talked to, somebody that we interacted with?
Oh, yes. And you were on with him. I don't think Mickey was on, but Ned was on. Audrey was on. You were on, Shauna. I think Regina was on that night. Oshara was on. And the person was actually a really good asset.
Oh.
And he was an ass. I mean,
that's a shame.
He put me through the ringer. He really did.
Wow.
Wow.
So he victimized himself.
Yeah, pretty much. But we lost a really good video. I couldn't just weed him out because he was through the whole. He popped in at like 11 minutes in, and he was pretty vocal. So I would have had to pretty much get rid of everything but the first 11 minutes.
Yeah.
So that's why in the beginning and when I post on Facebook, I tell everybody up front, this is live, it is recorded, it is going to be on YouTube when we get done. So it is out there. If you don't want to be on YouTube, get off.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So this is just another problem. It's just all these little things.
We just need more grown-ups.
Yes. And I think too that with the COVID, people are home alone and they are touchy and they have heightened emotions right now, and maybe fear is also a part of that. So and I just I felt like I bent to his wishes. I had to. I couldn't shut him up any other way.
Wow.
So yes.
No, if it ever happens, anything like that ever happens again, what you might want to do is just simply go through the audio alone and just make a copy. And when it comes to that part, mute it and then go on.
Yeah. Easier said than done.
That would be a hell of a lot easier than editing the video.
It's a learning curve. We're all learning what it's like to do what we're doing.
Yes.
And that's fine. We're learning, but we're learning fast.
We
And we're
are.
having fun along the way.
Yeah.
And we're doing it together.
We are. And you know, Ned, you talked about how things are exponentially moving so fast right now. And there is no way that you see it more than in the tech industry. I mean, things are just going so fast. And yeah, it's like, hold on to your bootstraps because everything is moving. And we just try to hold on and keep up with the flow. And look at us all. The vast majority of us are over 60. Right,
yes.
except for baby Shauna. You know, and here we are. You know, my first computer I bought in 1984, and I still have it, and it still works. But that's not what I'm using right now.
No wonder you're having so many problems, Kate.
No, this computer is almost 15 years old that I am using.
Was it a Mac?
It is a Mac. It's a MacBook Pro. And I just won't give it up because it's 17 inches. It's got a big, beautiful screen. And if I buy the new ones, they're either 13s or 15s.
Oh.
That's a lot of real estate to lose.
Yes.
Yeah.
First time I got a 17-inch monitor.
Bigger instead of smaller.
Well, laptops, they want everything lighter and go. I mean, I have a.
If you want a bigger screen, get an external.
Well, I have a bigger screen.
No, but that's what they say.
Yeah. Right, exactly.
You want a bigger screen? Get an external.
Yeah. Yeah.
Some of them are even supporting 2 external screens now.
Yeah. Well, and right now so for the Seth house, I use my accounting system. Doesn't work on the newer operating system. So it works on OS 10, but not the brand new one. So, they got, and I use all the Adobe products too. And I have CS5. And, you know, it was almost $2,000. I can't afford another $2,000 to upgrade to the new stuff. So I am milking this 15-year-old computer as long as I can.
Yes.
Yeah. But there's things that it won't do anymore. One of them is editing video. So, yep. So we're going to have to look at getting a new computer.
Yeah.
I got my first computer
that I had on my other computer that I can't use anymore because the new computers are so much faster.
Yeah.
So those apps don't work because they're very slow.
Yes. Yep.
And it ruins what they're trying to do to try and speed them up. So yeah.
Yeah, it's true. And it's
I even have friends who have old computers that they keep just because they can only run certain games on them. Games from years ago.
It's true. On that old one from 1984, all of my mother's recipes are on that computer. So if I need a recipe, I have to boot up that computer. And it's one of those that has the 9-inch screen, black and white. It's the original Mac. It's the original Mac. Yeah. So all in one. It was 128K.
It must be worth a lot of money. It's got to be worth a lot of money if you wanted to sell that.
Seriously.
Oh God, no. It's my love.
But it's like
probably already worth more than you paid for it.
way more. I've only seen that in like film clips.
No, they told me it's an original. If you open it up, the signatures are in the inside of the case of Steve Jobs and Woz and
you got a gold mine, girl.
Well, there's your money for the new one.
I'm a super Apple girl. I just love this stuff, but that's something I could never get rid of.
Yeah, no.
Well, I didn't buy my first computer until 77.
It is.
I didn't buy my first computer until 77, but I wrote my first program in 1964.
Yeah.
I was in grade school.
No, I was in college.
I was graduating high school.
Wait, I wasn't born yet.
64. I was 5 years old. I was in kindergarten.
I was
graduating from high school in 64.
I was a sophomore in college.
Okay, we're all dating ourselves now.
It's all good. It's all good. You know what they say, age ain't nothing but a number, right?
That's right. And we're only going to come back again anyway.
That's right.
So we need to
till you get it right.
So we need to have fun in this time. So
we're going to come back as brothers and sisters and parents of one family.
Absolutely.
We might have been already.
That's right. We might be now.
Well, I was about to say, in that whole scenario of everything is now, somewhere we're in a big
We
family.
are. Uh-huh.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Several of them probably. You know, several different incarnations with variations on that theme.
Yes.
So Audrey, do you
Yes.
have other? Do you have like an awareness of other incarnations?
Yeah, I
Uh-huh.
have. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know if I want to go there now, but yes.
Okay. I do too
That's great.
sometimes.
Save it for next week.
Yeah, me
Now-
too. Accidentally. Every now and then, accidentally, in a split second, I'll see something and realize that I'm looking in on another me.
I feel
Ooh.
connected to
And then
certain
it's gone.
people.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it a connection that's so deep that like the life that you're living now can't quite explain it? Maybe in its intensity.
No. I mean, it's deep that I don't really want to talk about it now, but I feel very connected to some people.
Oh, that's good.
And
Uh,
you
That's
know,
nice.
if this group ever wanted to do something more private, this is very public. This is out there, but to do a private talk where it was just, connect
Us.
together, just talk, maybe a real planning meeting, something like that. We could do that.
Yeah.
Drop me a message or email or whatever, as long as I know it's really you.
Mhm.
Tell me how we met and what Seth's first book was and blah blah blah. That's too funny. There's a guy that he pops in every now and then. He's never been on the Zoom, but I had to reach out to him because his page was hacked and I was trying to let him know. And he called me and I'm like, okay, how did we first meet? How do I know it's really you? And he's like, I know exactly why you're doing this. He told me all the right answers. I'm like, okay, I can breathe now. So
Yeah.
I get that, asking questions like that. It's just, it's time consuming. Everything is time consuming.
Yes.
I'm just extremely shy.
Well,
That's
forgive
okay.
me. I
It's
know I
so
don't
all right.
there's nothing wrong with that, but if we
Right.
want to ever do a private chit chat with just our group, we could. I'm open for that.
We're glad to see you here, no matter what we have to do to say it's all right. We're just glad you're here.
That's right. That's
I'm
right.
drawn to you all, so
Aww,
And we
That's
are to
good.
Right
you.
back at you, baby cakes.
I'm
Yeah, me
so
too.
glad, Audrey. This
Yeah,
is
I'm not-
great.
I don't like groups. I don't join groups. I
Me
join
either.
groups, but I totally stay in the background on the periphery. I'm more inclined to listen than to actually participate.
yeah.
You're
The first
kidding.
ones I've ever
Who are
participated-
you talking about?
Me too. Me too.
All right,
You would
who
not
are you and
believe
who's
it.
who's Sean?
I know. Where is Shauna? Now, how did you find us?
Just scouring the web for certain Seth stuff. I
Oh.
found New Awareness Network, and I bought books there.
Okay.
And Facebook, became friends with Barry Gellis and Laurel Davies, and I just stalked the boards.
Okay.
And I've always loved seeing Seth. Most of Seth is a written phenomenon. You have to, you see it, you read it, but to actually see the house, that just blew me away.
Me too.
They added another layer of interest to me. I'm like, oh, this is it's really real. It actually happened to
It's
real
more
people.
real, yes.
Yeah. All right.
So when I
Beautiful.
came across you and Oshara, I was like, oh wow, they have the Seth house, and you can go to the video and see the house, and that was it for me. So I sent a friend request to Oshara, and she
Okay.
responded, and then I just watched all the videos that I could watch. And when I found out you were actually going to have something live, I think I came to the first meeting, but I didn't unmute my mic, and I stayed in without my video. Because I was like, I just want to listen.
I
It was the house that drew me in, but I honestly expected it to be disappointing in every other way. Kind of shallow, not really anything worth digging your teeth into. And boy, was I pleasantly surprised.
Now,
And
Ned,
now
Ned,
the house is a relatively minor part.
as I recall,
Yes.
on that first video, we didn't even, it didn't show the house and you couldn't hear the words.
Oh no, I'm talking about when I joined the group, not the Zoom group. The Facebook group. That was weeks or months before.
We internalized the house, and it filled me with great joy. Every second I see Kat, or in the past I saw Shara, I just say thank you. Automatic, thank you.
I will tell her. I will tell her.
I want also to ask you, English is not my first language, as you may notice. Sometimes I feel like a great cult, the Seth group.
Oh.
It's very, first of all, we need to notice something beautiful. We are happy to be here.
Yes.
A lot of joking, a lot of comments, interest, and that. So that happiness comes from something that we understand inside. That when we read Seth, we feel him. So I don't know if cult is the good English word, but I feel it's a great group. I don't know if it's good. I'm sorry. I need always to have my partner to ask, oh, is it okay to say cult?
Yeah, it's all right. We get it.
I don't know. I'm very careful. In my profession in the past, I get into trouble because I translate a word straightforward and say, what did you say? So to continue from that point, I want to ask, do you feel that our longing to be in Seth space and learning in that, isn't it like a big push to do only Seth? Do you have a desire like to study the Course in Miracle in the same time?
No.
Okay,
did that.
No.
I did that.
No.
I think A Course in Miracles is really good for the very churchy people that need that first hump out of that indoctrination.
Yes.
It's a halfway house.
I needed that. And that, but to do A Course in Miracles now, after I know what Seth is saying, it's night and day. I mean,
I couldn't not.
No.
Hey, Kate, do me
I'm really glad
a
to hear you
favor.
say that, Kate.
Kate, can you repeat this for me, what you said? I need to put this.
Oh, God, Oshara has me do that all the time. Repeat that again. Gee whiz, it's just like she's sitting here. A Course in
Except
Miracles.
for the red hat.
Yeah, A Course in Miracles to help people that have been so indoctrinated into the church to realize that maybe we don't have it right. Maybe it's not truth. It is a belief. But A Course in Miracles didn't address any of that. Seth addresses beliefs, but I don't think that I could have accepted Seth without having that little hump over. That was my bridge. That my Course in Miracles was my bridge from being Catholic to learning about Seth.
Back in the 80s, I fell in with a group of people who were into that. And I wanted to join with them, and I went to their study group and stuff like that.
But who, Ned?
weeks,
I'm sorry, Ned. Who?
It was nothing.
What group?
A group. Oh, they were rebirthers.
Oh,
if that means anything to you.
Okay.
And they were all and you know we shared a lot in common, and I was really drawn to the individuals in the group. But when I was invited to join their Course in Miracles group, I felt like I was back in kindergarten, and I wasn't allowed to say anything out of the first grade reader.
Well, once I started studying Seth, the people that were very much into A Course in Miracles didn't like me anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so the biggest,
except that you were accepted at one point, and I wasn't. I was never accepted.
That's because it was my group.
Yeah, right.
It was my group. It was like, if you don't
Yeah,
like
for
me,
sure.
get out. The biggest
You had
thing
no
that
choice.
I noticed in the beginning, though, is in A Course in Miracles, it pretty much says that, yes, we create what we see around us. And then once we remember or ascend or whatever they want to call it, once we remember the connection with God, we mush into the oneness, right?
Yeah.
Mush into the oneness. There is no personality.
Ugh.
Seth,
Yeah.
on the other hand, says that each individual personality makes up the whole. So we retain that individuality of all of our lifetimes.
Mm.
That is the biggest difference I see in the end result of the teaching. Now, Seth's teachings taught about everything, taught about, belief systems, and taught about how the world was made and what religions really are. I mean, he touched on every potential subject. A Course in Miracles was just about how religion got it wrong.
Mm.
And Seth was about that even in the first book, let alone the other dozen.
Yeah. But I needed that bridge to get to where Seth was. Seth was so far ahead of where my head was that I would have thought I couldn't have done it.
Mm.
So I'm grateful for
I
the
wrote
way it
one
moved.
poem and I was there.
I want to say that Seth chose me to know him. I got to dream. Yes, I mean, I was not in searching and maybe in a very, very low flame, low fire, and it burst at me. It just like a flash. I didn't. I never had a contract with Mr. Seth, but I'm telling you, as I touched the book, I don't know anything like that. What happened to me? I have beautiful family, children, grandchildren, and I don't. There is nothing in comparison to the strike of Seth.
You said that it excited your particles to where you had to put the book in your trunk, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I moved from the 8th floor. I mean, I'm very serious about it.
I believe you.
20 years ago, I could not, and also I could not read more than 2 or 3 lines because I felt it's so true what he's saying. So I didn't call him. Well, maybe yes, I'm creating my own reality, but not consciously. I didn't call him. And I don't know how it happened. I didn't look for several years, what to believe. I never had the slightest knowledge about Seth. Nothing. I didn't know his name, nothing. And I have a friend that after that beautiful dream, she told me, hey, you start to talk like the books of Seth and that. And I said, me? Who are you talking about? And then we went to a very large store, and there was one single copy of The Nature of Personal Reality in my mother language, in Hebrew. And also it's in my mother language, so it is more exciting, and it was a strike. So I don't know, I have no control on liking him. It just happened.
Do you have that book?
I want to rewind a little bit.
I have the book. I have tons of books in Hebrew.
I'd like to see it.
No, in Hebrew. In Hebrew.
I just having trouble imagining the Seth books in Hebrew. That to me is just huge.
I know.
Well, he's going to get it here in a minute.
Let us see what it looks like.
He's going to prove it, huh?
Yeah. I see him digging.
I believe you.
This is the bloody one here that caught me in 2000 in the summer. This is the copy in Hebrew. It say the nature of personal reality. The writing is like that. We read from right to the left. Oh, sorry, no.
Right to left.
We read, right to left.
Okay.
And this is Seth Speaks, and they have more the soul, something with the soul.
Mhm.
And I bought all the Hebrew ones, but they don't have everyone.
Mm.
So this guy, the nature of personal reality, I'm telling you, it come with me everywhere. Maybe you cannot find me, but you can find the book on my body. I traveled a lot, and I will open it just a little bit, read some five. Unbelievable how it vibrates my cells. I don't know.
Yes.
I
Put
love
out of
that
the-
story.
I would go so far as to say that reading the material actually causes, and Seth may say somewhere in this material, actually causes a physiological, chemical change.
Yes, I felt almost irritation. I cannot.
Yes.
Also, I come from the scientific field, and he is using that the simple detailed mechanism, the fine line how it works. Basically, he say our cells,
Consciousness unit.
cells are conscious. Our cells, the
Each
little
cell,
cells in the flesh, and he talk about all the science and that. So he get me much more excited.
Yes.
And I don't care if somebody close to me don't know it and don't read it. I'm happy with that. I don't need to distribute the world. I feel I'm gifted that I have this material that I can read.
Yes.
Yes.
And I'm considering to buy those, like a budget of $250. Those 9 books, how we call it?
The personal sessions?
The personal session,
Yeah,
thank
yeah.
you. It's
From Rick
approximately
Stack.
22, yeah.
Yeah.
But they say now I have a little, not little, big, big drawer. I need to buy a beautiful
Bookcase.
A bookcase.
a bookcase, protected with glasses.
Glass
And then
front,
I say, yes, and I say, well, this is God for me. Maybe, I don't know. At least for me, it is very big.
Yeah, well, your sense of reverence is there. And
Right.
I think we feel that. We don't like to admit it too much because reverence is a term that we usually, reserve for organized religion.
I want to feel more. I want to feel more universal human being.
Yeah.
Not enclosed to Seth, but Seth is everywhere.
Yeah.
And my biggest prayer to one time to be able to read and understand. Understanding is a big deal. To read and understand everything, all the books. I'm not sure how to do it. I'm serious now. In the past, I could not read more than, I fly to my family. It takes 16 to 18 hours to fly to Tel Aviv. And so I have the book always with me. So I open it in the flight. And many times I'm tired, so it stays in the pocket and that, and all the time take the book, and they read maybe 10 lines. And everywhere you look for me, if I'm lost, the book is there. So
I just had a thought that is really exciting. I don't know if maybe you've ever seen anything like this, but there was a thing going on, I don't know, maybe 10 years ago, where people would leave books in random places with a website address inside. And the idea was read the book and then pass it on to somebody else and go to the website and tell the story of where you found it, what you thought of it, and who you passed it on to, or where you left it. I'm thinking of taking.
I never lose it. I will never.
Take a copy of Seth Speaks. Set up a website. Go leave the book someplace and see who shows up. This started with something called Where's George? And a guy took a dollar bill, a bunch of dollar bills, got a rubber stamp made, and rubber stamped the website on where'sgeorge.com. That's it. And he spent the money. And people would come to the website, they would record the basic information, when they got it, where they got it, and where they left it. And I don't know, last I heard, he was like 200,000 hits, records in his database.
So,
And they started doing what?
That's amazing.
So Oshara and I, we give away so many books, but we don't
Wow.
ask
keep records
people.
of it. I just
We
wanna see
don't keep
this
records
one
of it.
book.
No, we just
Yeah,
give them away. So last week we went for a long weekend, and the innkeeper was just so amazing. We ended up giving him a book, and we, you know, we gave it to one of his girls that, you know, because he was busy. He was making ice cream, as a matter of fact. But yeah, we give books away all the time. You know, we just, all kinds of people get a book from us, and you know, we try to buy as many as we can. We buy a lot from Rick Stack. We buy a lot from Amazon. You know, we get what we can get, and and you know, we each have our own personal book that has all little flags all over them, you know, and underlines and whatever. But I've been finding, I ordered it from iBooks, so it's on my iPhone, and I love it because my phone is always with me. I can underline it, I can highlight, I can put notes on things, and then I can go back and reference them. So I love having it in my hand on the phone.
Wait a minute. You have a Seth book on your cell phone?
Yeah,
Oh,
from
Yeah,
iBooks.
in PDF, no? In PDF?
Well, in iBooks, in their whatever there is.
Oh, my phone is not though. It's Samsung.
Well, then
so
you can get it
Doesn't matter.
through Kindle. I'm pretty sure that Laurel just had Seth Speaks and Nature of Personal Reality. There might be another. Maybe she had Unknown Reality done too. But I know that they're on Kindle now. Laurel Davies.
Oh, okay.
She's the
Yeah.
copyright holder.
I see.
I'm pretty sure she just had them made so you can get them on the iPhone or the Kindle, but it's through Amazon.
Okay.
So yes, you can
Now,
order them.
When you say Kindle, does that mean I could see it on a Samsung, or you mean the Kindle machine itself?
No, you just download the Kindle app.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Kindle is
As an
the
app.
online bookstore on Amazon.
I was confused because I bought my husband a Kindle.
Yes. So you
know, and
can
it's
use it on his
tablet.
Kindle, but you can download Kindle app for your computer or for your phone,
Right.
whether
I've
it be
seen
a Mac or a
on
PC.
Amazon, sometimes when you're buying a book, it will show you whether you want the Kindle version of the book or the actual book.
Yes.
So I see what you
And the
mean.
Kindle version is always much, much cheaper because there's no paper.
Oh, yeah.
So, but I have Dr. Shee's book, the How to Cure Cancer, and I have Seth Speaks. I think those are the only two Seth books I have, but I love reading them on my phone.
Okay, I will do that immediately.
Yeah.
Ooh. I'm moving into my phone. My daughter teases me about that all the time because I only just got a cell phone last summer.
Oh, well, then you are right.
So I've only had one for a year.
Wow.
Phones. Years ago when we were living in Greece, I had a cell phone, but I was so freaked out that it could even take pictures, for instance, or anything like that. But that's all I did with it, you know, was call up a taxi and snap a picture in a bar, whatever.
And the nice thing about that is you can make the text as big as you want. You can put it in night view. You can, you can make it exactly as you want it. You can have it flip pages, or I do mine to just scroll. So I like to just, and you can bookmark it.
Search.
You can search, yes.
Yeah, keyword search.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I do. I mean, I love my paper books too. So I have them.
Yeah.
But then I love my digital books.
Well, I have been playing the Seth books that are on YouTube. I put the headphones on and I have my cell phone in the bed, and then I just, listen to that being read and read. Whenever I have a lot of insomnia, so when that's bugging me, I go to the bed, say, I will do this, I will get in the bed. But rather than let my thoughts just go crazy, I have the Seth book playing on the headphones. And that is great for focusing you in a certain positive way.
Yes.
Kindle will read the books to you too.
Yeah.
But I wanted
Do you
to
listen
say
to Tim Hart?
Yes.
He's the best.
Yeah, I wanted to say in terms of what Sam was saying about only reading a few lines or sentences at a time. When I first got Seth Speaks, or even the Seth material, in fact, but when I very first discovered Seth, I was very, very young, as I said, early 20s, and I found that I could read maybe a paragraph, 5, 6 sentences, a paragraph. And then I would just have to put it down. And while it was down, it was going in. It was doing something inside me, like downloading, and there have been other times in my life where there are things that I go to sleep, and while I'm asleep, I have the sensation of thousands of lines of information being downloaded into my head. I can actually feel it. And you wake up and you're not sure what all that was, but it's now a part of you. There are things that are there inside that you didn't know before.
I imagine that's probably how Jane felt when she got the physical universe's idea construction. I think she said she felt something similar to that, like a vast, body of information flowing into her.
Downloading, yeah. That is a strange sensation.
Was doing Seth dictation, when she was dictating for Seth, she oftentimes had no idea of any of the words that she said for him.
Right.
Sometimes she'd have a kind of an image in her mind of what they meant, but she couldn't tell you what it was very well. She actually had to read it, read Bob's notes, and know what she said.
And Ned, have you met Jane?
No, not face to face. Broke my heart when she died for no other reason, because I never would.
I couldn't handle it for a long time. I really couldn't.
Similar to me, it's the same here.
Mickey spoke to her in person.
Oh,
not person to person, but over the phone.
Over the phone, yeah.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a few, yeah.
I mean, Sam, she just opened the damn phone book, found the name, and called her.
That took a lot of guts.
Whatever you like, honey.
It's like, how complicated is that? I can use a phone book.
I want to relate to Mickey what she said about the information get to her. I told you I had a dream in 2000, and until now I know very little to explain it. I have one or a couple lines of Jane Roberts mentioning the same colors of the dream that I had. This is the only thing I got solid proof that she described colors and I can adhere to them. The first time. And then, Nikki, what I want to tell you, I mentioned it maybe 3 weeks ago. There is a book called The Cosmic Consciousness.
Yes.
An old book of some doctor, I forgot his name.
I have too.
Here, his name is Maurice Buke.
Yes, yeah.
Now, I read him attempting to give me a clue of what's going on with this dream. And so he really mentioning, but not exactly in the framework of you, Mickey, but a dream or some state that you get like flash memory, like an injection.
Yes, an injection.
But he talk about, I don't remember all the details, but he say people experience that flash memory, and they don't understand how I could get so excited from Seth. Okay, the first time I saw him, I was totally out of business, spirituality, and that, nothing. And how I can get so excited if somebody charged me with some information, some battery.
Yes.
Some battery that make my system to get excited.
Yes,
I mean, how
I
can you
agree.
take a book now? You read something, really? Come on. I'm
Well,
not.
every time I'm around anybody who else has also touched it, who knows about Seth, I get recharged then as well on a much lower scale, but there is a surge of commonality that is charged, with a certain positiveness. And
Do you know?
anybody I know who knows of Seth usually has that positive charge.
I can't wait to get all you people in the same room.
You know how many books?
We
No,
are.
I mean in
How
apartment
many-
number 5.
You know how many set books was sold?
No.
Over 7 million,
Five-
over 8 million.
Oh yeah, maybe. I
7
know
or
5.
8 million.
5, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a
Oh,
lot.
it's huge.
Huge,
You know what? The people in Elmira, right? The people right here in this town do not know about her. Like
Oh, God.
anybody that has sold that many books, the town should know about it. And
Yes.
I tell you, the fella that he was 10 years old, his dad owned the apartment when Jane and Rob lived there. He went to her college, Skidmore College, I think it was called. And they said, oh, yeah, we have something on Jane Roberts. Why? Has she done something famous? Can you, I mean, really? They had no idea. So, and I don't have it here. I have it at the Seth book, but they sent him her writings that she did in college. Now, this is so long before Seth ever existed in her reality. These writings are so Seth-like, it's scary.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll have to take a picture of them over there so that I can show you guys.
Oh yeah, do that.
But yeah, we have her poetry is what she and her college had no idea that she was famous. No idea.
Well, I think about the people who may have known her earlier in her life, who have found out who she is and what she has become. And I wonder about their reactions to, oh my God, I knew her,
Well, the people at the art museum locally, because they want to do an art exhibit of Rob and Jane's work. And they talked to us about it, and we're all for it. We talked to Ron, and he was going to allow the stuff to come up. And I think we gave them the information about Laurel because she still has some of the works.
Yeah.
So they were going to do that, but Jane used to work there. Jane,
That's the art gallery,
she worked part-time at the art gallery. And they're like, oh yeah, we know right where where she sat. And they were going to do some research to see what information they had about her personally. But they haven't, I mean, this all happened right before COVID. So everybody's closed now, but there are a lot of things in the works. We went to the Historical Society here, and they had recordings of Jane. So we have them.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
And you know
Recordings
what?
of Jane doing what?
Well, I don't know, and I didn't listen to them. Isn't that crazy? But life has been busy. So yeah, and we paid
what are
like
you doing here? Go.
We paid like $5 for each
For
recording.
copies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think that's possible. I'm going to say it again. I think I say it every meeting. There's that video where I'm quite sure that it's in those holdings. It's in that collection of work.
Yeah. And I wrote that stuff down, and I asked Oshara about it, and she didn't know anything about it. So
she didn't know anything about it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to email Oshara a copy of the inventory of Sonia Hamlin.
Okay.
I'm going to email her a copy of that inventory.
Okay.
And she can probably go to the Boston archive to request permission to have access to it if she wants to do it, or anybody in the Boston area. But it is listed in her inventory. Yeah.
Are you talking about the Yale inventory?
Pretty far
what
for
is
us.
it you're talking about? What's in the inventory? Whose inventory?
Okay, in Jane's book, I think Rob had it published after Jane died. It was Dreams, Evolution, No, I'm sorry. It was Seth, Dreams, and Projections of Consciousness.
Oh, I don't have that one.
Okay, if you get it, read the preface. In the preface, Jane talks about, oh no, not the preface, I think it's chapter 1. Jane mentions that she's on the last day of the first week of touring for the book, The Seth Material. And she goes on to say that she's on the last day of the tour, and she's being interviewed by Boston station WBZ.
Oh.
And she was interviewed by a woman named Sonia Carlson, and for a show called For Women Today. For Women Today.
Oh.
She mentioned that in the book. So I said, I wonder, if that. And in the book, she says that part of the interview, the interviewer asked if Seth would speak, and she was like, "Well, I don't know if Seth's going to speak," but Seth spoke. And so, Jane mentioned that Seth spoke directly to the camera, and this interview went on for maybe like 30 minutes.
Wow.
Really?
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
I have chills. I just remember seeing her on something. I remember that in the 70s.
You saw it on TV night. Did you see it?
I saw something. I don't know if I made it up in my head now, but I think I did.
Was it video or audio? Video?
It was a videotape.
It was on TV.
It was on TV. It was on well, Jane didn't put the name of the show right, because there was a Sonia Hamlin, not Sonia Carlson, but there was a Sonia Hamlin in 1970 who worked for WBZ. And she has an archive. And one of the items in her archive is listed. She has like a lot of video clips of different shows. And she was also, Sonia Hamlin, her show was the first to televise live birth.
Oh.
So she was on the forefront of women's rights, and her show was the first woman's show, first show hosted by a woman. Boston, 1970.
Wow.
And if you just go to the Boston archives, or you can just Google Sonia Hamlin collection, and Sonia Hamlin is still alive.
Yes.
Oh, Sonia Hamlin is still alive, and she could be interviewed by.
We have to speak.
So did you get the inventory from the station?
No, just the inventory is held by Boston University.
Okay.
So
I'm not that far from Boston.
Oh.
How far are you?
An hour.
Okay, you could take a trip to the archive.
And that's totally separate from the Yale archive.
It has nothing to do with the Yale archive.
Okay.
This woman's name is. Yeah, Sonia Hamlin. But if they were searching for it back in the day, if they were looking to see, if they were trying to find that video back in the day, then they may not have been able to locate it, because Jane refers to the interviewer as Sonia Carlson. And they had Jane and Rob had an old friend named Sonia Carlson, but she was not the interviewer. The interviewer was actually Sonia Hamlin.
Okay.
Can you put that info on Facebook?
I've been thinking about it. I wrote a pretty lengthy letter, and I was going to send it to Laurel Davies to see if she would be interested in, if somebody can independently confirm for me that video either does or does not exist, then I'm satisfied. But I don't think anybody has ever independently confirmed that.
Hamlin.
Sonia Hamlin.
I wish we knew this last year. We were very close to Boston. We drove past there, but we're probably 5 or 6 hours from there.
Well, again, I'm an hour away, and I'm not opposed to going.
Woohoo!
Well, I need the info.
Yeah,
okay.
if you could, if you could get them to do a digital copy, we'd be more than happy to pay for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I can send a link to it, but like I said, you can Google it online. You can just find it, and just like the inventory for Jane's papers with the Sterling collection archive, like you can pull that up online too. You can pull up the Sonia Hamlin archive the same way. And I think it's on page 17, and
what's the Sterling archive?
That's where Jane Roberts' papers are held.
Oh, I see. Okay. I looked all this up over 20 years ago.
And
So
as far as
Audrey-
I know, Yale would only accept paper copies. So they don't have, I don't think they have any audio or video. They did not want any artifacts. That's how Ron ended up with the artifacts.
Because
Wow.
Yale refused to take it, huh?
Yeah, well, yeah, they only wanted paper.
Mhm.
And,
Well,
and,
that's
and only
insane.
copies.
and
That's
only copies. They didn't want
insane.
any arena. Yeah. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Mhm.
Mhm.
To think it's important enough to have it in your archive and yet not want anything that was owned by the person? Oh, Lord.
Just the words.
The
Well,
words.
there may be
Anyway,
some
Audrey,
legal
if you-
implications that we're not aware of.
Audrey,
Yeah,
if you're
that's what I'm
willing
thinking.
to go to make the trip to Boston, I would be very happy to help
Yeah.
contribute toward your petrol
That's
costs
right,
and all
Audrey.
of that.
No, 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 no. I'm
Oh,
good.
yes, 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 yes.
No, no, no.
Uh,
No,
Well,
no.
take a look at it. Take a look at the.
I
At the
will.
I think it's like on page 17 because it's a PDF file.
Okay.
But sure enough, I went through it just like thinking, this can't be, this is Sonia Hamlin's archive collection, but there's no chance there's anything in here related to Jane. Sure enough, the work is categorized by year. And so she's got things from, I think she worked for WBZ from 1963, I think, to 1970 something. But her whole archive is there.
Okay.
Wow.
And there is a videotape in that archive in box 17, something like that. And the archivist lists the contents of each video cassette or each videotape with just one word. So it'll say, there's one tape that'll have Leonard Nimoy's name, and then I think some other author who wrote a lot of books in the 70s, whoever she was interviewing at the time. And there is a tape, and the word
Well, the thing, when you said that she's still alive, it would be fabulous to be able to talk to her about having actually sat down and interviewed Jane.
Right, because Seth told her some stuff.
We need
Seth
a
told her about a previous
video.
life.
We need a video record of whatever she can say to add to what we know of Jane.
Keeping in mind that in 1970, she'd already been speaking for Seth for 6 years.
Right. Wow.
Not a lot had been published, but this was nothing new for her.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. Oh, wow.
And she left the Ouija board behind long ago.
Yeah. That's amazing.
Wow.
Okay, I'm not paying attention. I'm Googling now.
This is blowing my mind.
Sonia Hamlin.
This is just totally blowing my mind.
It's there. The videotape is there. I seriously believe it's there. I believe it's there. I just can't get my hands on it because I'm in Los Angeles. And when I come to become roommates with Audrey, we'll go together and.
And that's going to be exactly when? Help me out.
And I'm more than 5,000 miles away, but I'm just about ready to go get on a plane.
Heck yeah. I would love that. If I had the money, I'd totally do it. I'd take a weekend and do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to look into it.
Bless your heart.
I got to tell you, this is such an extraordinary experience sitting around talking about this.
Yes, it is. It is. It's fabulous.
It just, every once in a while, it kind of kicks me up alongside the head.
There is nothing that brings me more joy than this connection. I'm telling you.
Oh, that makes me so happy.
This is the only set conversation.
There must be something, but I just can't think of it right now.
Well, it's funny. We probably spent about an hour talking about the hackers, but now we've been on an hour longer, so we've still reached our 2 hours of wonderful conversation. Yeah.
Did the hackers go bye-bye?
Yeah.
No, they're still watching.
Well, they might be watching. I don't know.
They're still watching.
Well, see,
still watching.
Having touched the group, then they
we
stayed,
can't
and
be
now
any.
they're saved.
We can't be any fun for them.
They
This has got to
haven't
be the most
tried to
boring
get
people.
in a long time. It's probably been 40, 45 minutes since the last person tried to get in. So
We've changed them.
they gave up.
Didn't fold.
They're out right
No.
now. They're out right now registering with the NAACP.
I know. Where's my Black Lives Matter shirt? I gotta get my Black Lives Matter shirt out.
we dealt with it correctly.
Yes,
Gone away.
absolutely.
So maybe
You
that
know,
was
it
the
kind of
purpose.
reminds me of something that Seth said in a private session one time, a classroom session that I read the notes, and one of the students said, what do you say, what do you tell somebody, Seth, who is convinced that you're making their life miserable? And his answer was, leave them alone.
Yeah.
And then she said, no, you don't understand. See, what's really happening is she went on for like an hour, you know, with her story. And Seth, you know, was very polite and responded to everything she said, but 3 words. That was it. Leave them alone. Okay,
Leave 'em alone.
next.
Yeah. I
And
do
I think
that.
I think we kind of demonstrated that today.
You just dematerialize somebody who's bringing you grief. You're like, I'm no longer interested in anything to do
We
with
just
you.
moved on and had a good time.
We did. Yeah, this was great.
What is
This
that
was great.
bumper sticker? Having the time of your life is the best revenge.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, yeah.
Boy, have we gotten some
That's-
serious revenge today.
We got revenge, and now we're trauma bonded.
That's fabulous. I've never heard that. I love that.
Is that
Trauma
tronded?
bonded.
Is that tronded? Traun.
Oh, that's wonderful. This
You
thing
guys are
is
my
so
kinds of
important.
preachers. I'll tell you.
Can you imagine what the world will be like? That we're talking 8 billion people plus, and what in the world would the reality be if we were all creating it consciously?
It'd be a lot like this, only a lot
Good
more of
one.
it.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And it's so joyful to know that you're in the beginning vector of this thing doing just that. At some point, first of all, everything that is possible will at some point manifest. You know, in the grandness of possibility, in the vastness of what the God force is, it's the ability to create absolutely every possibility there is. And so there is a place somewhere that everyone in that existence is actually creating their life from that standpoint of the Sethian viewpoint. Not necessarily that it's Seth, but that there are places where people do behave in that way. And
people are conscious
to me
creators.
yes, and the thought to me is that it is possible that in this dimension, in this place, that at some point that will happen. And I
The
love that
thing that's
we're in the
interesting
beginning
to
of it.
me is that everybody on Earth is now, always has been, and always will be creating their own reality. They're all playing
Yes.
by the exact same set of
Right.
rules. It's just that some of us are more aware of it than others.
Yes.
And the ones who aren't aware of it are really screwing their lives up
Yes.
in terms of the experience of being alive. It's like they're pooping in their own nest over and over again and wondering why it smells so bad, you know?
As you must until you realize what you're doing, you know, until you can do better, you know.
So that's the first stage, is to actually give a hoot that you're doing it at all. You know, once you realize that you're doing it, and then you have to care that you're doing it. And from there on, it
One of
just
the first beliefs that has to go.
Huh?
One of the first beliefs that has to go is the belief that this is the way it is. You're stuck with it,
Right.
and that one hangs on like with a death grip.
Right.
As long as you believe that, you're going to put up with it. You're going to bitch about it, but you're going to put up with it.
Miracles are happening
only when you
every
say,
day.
wait a minute.
Every day. Every day. Thousands of
Everybody
times.
knows what this means, right?
Time out.
Time.
You know what this means?
Ooh.
Fucking minute. Wait a fucking
It's what? Say that again.
Everybody knows this means time out.
Yes.
This means wait a fucking minute. Time out, coach. We got to talk about it. And when more people are doing that, things will change. That's
Yeah.
one of the things I love about what's going on with the protests this last couple of weeks. People are saying and doing things that they've never done before.
Mm-hmm.
You know, cops marching with protesters
Good and bad.
about
Good and
police, and they're taking a knee with them.
Yeah, that blew me away. Whew.
And they're not just doing it in one or two places; they're doing it all over the place, and not just in the U.S., but in England and
Yes, it's all over
Australia
London,
and London too.
Manchester,
Yeah, and
London, etc.
Japan.
Yes.
it makes me real hopeful that this
Sri
time it's got legs.
Lanka, for God's sake.
That's a new one. I hadn't heard about that.
Yes.
Jesus.
Yeah, hopefully, you know, everybody can walk away with a greater appreciation for the value of human life. You know, maybe that's part of the reason for it. You know, we all need to have a greater appreciation for the value of human life.
That's all it amounts to, really. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. If I were your daughter or if I were your wife, how would you treat me?
As awful as it is, it shouldn't really have that much to do with killing, because that's not where the main part of the damage is. It's the everyday stuff.
Yes,
It's
you're
destroying
right.
lives wholesale. And as long as
Yes.
it goes unrecognized and invisible and unquestioned on both sides,
right? On both sides.
As long as that goes on, then the murders will too, because there'll be objections and then it goes away.
Seth said that we have to act against. We have to change in order to undo pandemic. I think 608 or 802. I don't remember. I can find it. He speak about the pandemic in a way that I was shocked. I didn't find it myself. A friend in Facebook find it and they read it. I fall apart while it's in my bedroom.
I saw
the
that
book.
too.
And you saw it? I think they mentioned the number. So he said if you don't change, nothing will happen.
Right.
So which means we will walk with the corona, with the problem of the protest forever.
Yep.
And corona can do just a little trick, how we call it?
It will keep changing.
A mutation,
morphing,
to some baby corona.
Yes.
And that can continue forever. And so we must make a change. Now, I want to tell you a little story with your permission. A good two friends of mine, Linda and Dennis, because of this pandemic, connected with me to invite me to a Zoom meeting of the Course in Miracles. I studied it some time ago, and they loved it. Course in Miracles. A Zoom meeting of Course in Miracles. And because I love them, and there is another one that I like there, I decided, and I haven't met them for a long time, maybe 15 years. So I say, let's join it. And last time I asked Dennis, who is very knowledgeable, I told him, what do you make up with this? I told him I didn't mention Seth. I don't care to mention, if he asks me, I will answer, but I told him other very good resources suggesting that we need to act, to have a change in order to undo the pandemic, to undo the protests. We need to make something better. We need to take care of the problems. And now the Course in Miracles say, no, you need to do a change in the way you look on the world. You need to change yourself. And they told him, how you make these two approaches work? One say, I need to change myself, and the other one, Seth actually, say, we have to act and to change, to make a change, a real change. And we haven't made any progress since it started. And yesterday or Friday, we had another disaster in America. I don't know. You are not, Mickey, no? You're not here. You're not from here.
No, I'm in England.
Okay, I'm almost happy to be in America without the pandemic and this trouble. We are in trouble, really, Mickey.
Yeah.
So I asked the guy from the Course in Miracle, what these approaches are not meeting. One say act to change, otherwise you will have continuous pandemic. And the other one say, no, change yourself, change the way you look on the world. How this work? And they didn't get a good answer. And they got very disappointed. Telling you the truth. I didn't like it. It affected me because I didn't study the course for 15 years. And they thought, oh, Danny studied it for all the time. And they expect some, some answer. I like him. I appreciate
to
him.
Be different. Yeah.
Yeah, something close to Seth. And I believe in Seth, of course. I believe in Seth. I believe in what Seth said about the pandemic. Mm-hmm. That we need to act
Sam,
to
it
make
sounds to me like you're overcomplicating it.
What? I don't hear. Yeah,
I say it sounds like you're overcomplicating it a little bit, because if you don't change your thoughts, how are you going to change your actions? Seth said, and this is a direct quote, how did he say it? Oh, shoot, I had it a second ago. Desire, wish, and expectation rule all action and are the basis of all realities. Desire, wish, and expectation. When those three things have change, action happens and reality is created. Without those three things, I hope you like it the way it is. And it's not rocket science,
Sorry.
But I think that what I see and said, that we as a society need to act together to make a change, a big change. Yeah. Something in the root of who we are. And we have to make a change in the top, from the leadership down. Yes. This is the change he's talking about. He talk about not technical, I mean, make a change that has an outcome. That's what he said. How to do it, he will not offer you. I mean,
but again, it always starts with a change of thought. Change of thought is everything, because everything else issues forth from that.
But the problem is getting those people to change their thought. Getting the people who are oppressing, the man with his foot on his knee on the man's neck, you have to get him to change his thought. And what
what the fundamental problem with him is? The fundamental problem with him is that he is so disconnected from himself that he feels nothing with his knee on that man's neck.
He feels a lot, and I think he's very connected to himself. But I think it's a
he feels there's nothing wrong with it. He feels there's nothing wrong with it, I guess.
He has to have a desire to even accept that it's possible to think differently.
Yes.
And at this point, he has no interest in changing.
And that desire is vacant. And he's probably sitting in jail right now saying, what did I do?
Yeah. Well, you guys are right. Change does have to happen. Change. Sam, you brought up the point most specifically. Change does have to happen. I think that's what the virus.
God gave me a beautiful family. I'm so afraid. I have a grandson that is 5 years old. He is the world.
Yes.
He is the world, and I'm so afraid which world we're going to live in.
Well,
and when he go, you know what happened in Israel last 2-3 weeks? They opened the schools.
Yes.
And you know what's happening? Every day, 300 people sick.
Yeah.
Oh.
And schools are closed. And we were in excellent shape just 3 weeks ago.
Right.
And I'm so afraid from this corona. My goodness, who knows,
Yeah.
So we don't want to be afraid. We want to be safe, and we want our families to be safe.
Yes.
And we can only
but they are engaged, Kate. They engage with children. They engage with teachers. They engage with friends. And that's not a simple thing.
No.
That's not, so each individual that care for himself and others should have some booster in his butt to change his mind about everything and to make something to change. Like pray for the block, the brain mind of Trump to act, to lead the country, to say good words. Let's come together. Let's come together.
Not going to happen.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. He's not that. Trump does not have that kind of temperament, unfortunately. So we can't really look to him for leadership. We have to look to him.
He's mentally unwell. And there's a panel of over 25,000 psychiatrists that have signed a petition about the fact that they all agree on the diagnosis. And he is mentally unwell. He is
one sick puppy.
Malignant narcissist. And
I think he has.
A very
he is well regarding the security of the joint of his hair to his head. So this is the only security about him. So I want to say that General Mattis is the top guy that was Minister of Security.
Yes.
And on the army, he said something fascinating 2 or 3 weeks ago. We cannot get united with Trump, but we don't have to have him. We can get united ourselves. I loved it. I loved that one.
Yes,
that's true.
But I don't know, he didn't show the way yet, but...
No, but I know, I heard about that.
Well, maybe that way will be born shortly.
All of this
maybe that's what we're looking at now. Or run up to.
This is all, the political situation is an expression of the mass consciousness of the people.
Yes.
And until that changes, we may not have Trump, we're going to have somebody else.
Yes.
Well, that's part of our evolutionary path.
Yeah, I agree with
our history, we've always done things to each other, and we broken into groups and tribes, all based on the way we look. I can recognize that tribe from my tribe because they cut their hair this way and they wear those clothes, and I do. I cut my hair this way and I wear these clothes, or whatever distinctive physical traits you have is what we use to categorize and classify ourselves.
Separate.
Yeah, and we have the ability to appreciate variation in nature. Nothing's more beautiful than a field of flowers or outrageously, opulent garden. We can appreciate all the different flowers and trees and life forms, and we do. So we have it within us. We have within us to appreciate difference and embrace it.
And the difference is fear. What you're describing is people who are without fear. And what we've got is people who are up to their eyeballs in fear.
Yes.
And they don't know why they're really afraid, so they point to something they can identify, and that's what I'm afraid of. And it's usually them. The ones who think differently, who look different.
It's like when Trump said, we don't want people coming from the shithole countries, but why can't we have people? Why can't we get people from Sweden and Denmark? No, Norway, Sweden and Norway.
Yeah. Well, why the hell would they come here?
There are obvious conclusions. That's what my husband said. Because they don't want anything to do with coming to America.
Do you know how many people immigrate to Somalia?
No.
Zero.
I was about to say, I don't know.
There's a reason for that. That's not an accident.
Yeah.
And even nowadays, there's a waiting line all the way to the moon of people who still want to get into this country.
Oh God!
As crippled up and as we are, we may still have leprosy, but we're the leper with the most fingers.
Yeah.
Well, when I was about
it's a horrible thing to have to admit to.
When I was about to renew my visa here, there were complications. I was ill at the time, so it all had to be postponed, and I was scared to death. If anything should happen to keep me from getting that renewed, because I knew that coming back to America was a death sentence.
How long ago was this, Mickey?
Just last June.
Oh, last June. Okay, so before Corona.
I was ill for 8 months. And during that time, I couldn't go through all the steps you have to go through, to file the papers and do this and that. In fact, it expired because I was so ill, and I had to get a lawyer to handle it for me. And
were you married then?
Huh?
You were married then. You were married then, weren't you?
Yes. But I still
just
have
being
to have
married
a visa. No, no, that's where all the crap started. Because that is the truth, but I was in a country that didn't recognize that, and that complicated. When I came back here, it was complicated by that fact. And so I had to go through a whole lot of hoops to prove that I had a right to be here. And in the meantime, the cost, it would blow your mind what it cost me to get a lawyer to do that for me. All because, I mean, it would have been a couple hundred if I had been well enough to do it myself. But to have someone else do it, and it had already expired, that complicated everything. And the thought to me, the anguish I went through, there was, I mean, we're talking soul destroying fear. That if I had to come back to America, I knew it was a death sentence.
Well, you may complain about EU in a lot of ways, but that's one thing they got right is easing the borders.
Universal health care.
I mean, they got a lot of things wrong, but that wasn't one of them.
Yeah, but we're headed in that way, though. We're headed in a good direction. All these COVID deaths aren't for nothing. All this strife in the streets isn't for nothing. You know?
No, it's not. It's part of a big change.
Yeah,
a big change.
Yeah. So people are starting to wake up. People are starting to, look at their different neighbor and look at their different friend and truly ask the question, is your life as valuable as mine? And I know it is, it is.
And I've heard a lot of stories about people saying, how can I help? And they mean it, what I heard is as at a personal level, person to person. Mickey, how can I help?
Yes.
John, how can I help? And these are people who've never even thought in those terms before, one way or the other.
Right.
But their compassion and humanness is coming to the surface.
Mm-hmm. That's what they did. Mm-hmm. A lot of
you get a couple hundred million of those people together, you got a force.
Mm-hmm. That's what you're looking at now. You're looking at a multicultural force. And it makes my heart soar. I hate looking at the news, especially lately with all the COVID this and COVID that nonstop. But when I see Black people and white people and Hispanic people and Asian people all out there, saying, justice, no peace, and we need to work together and we need to defund these police departments. And, I'm more struck by the fact of the multicultural aspect of it than anything. That's what gives me
Right. I mean, because for people in Denmark to turn out in the literally hundreds of thousands, just to say we stand with you. Mm-hmm. I was struck. I'm like, wow, who knew you cared?
Because as a culture,
it would be remarkable if it was just Denmark, but it's everywhere.
I think most people care.
Yeah, most people care, and we're starting to wake up to the fact that our culture is heavily influenced by glorified violence in movies and songs and
games.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Notice they're pulling the plug on a lot of those shows.
Mm-hmm.
They're pulling those shows off the air.
We have a culture of gun violence love. We just do. We just do. Look at all the top.
Another symptom of mass fear.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but people, how Seth says we have to externalize our reality in order to deal with it. And so we understand that we have violent impulses, and we try to externalize that through our media, through movies and TV, and that's where we kind of act it out. Video games, that's like a safety valve for the expression of aggression. But, we can't.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, the only people who have violent tendencies or anything like that are people who are afraid. You take away the fear,
but
all of that goes away all by itself.
But Ned, everybody has some kind of fear. Now, it may be
there's momentary fear of spiders, and there's systemic fear of life.
Yes, but it's still fear. And I'm saying that we are learning. We are all involved in a process of learning how to focus less on certain types of fear and how to deal with the smaller, less dangerous types of fear. And I've noticed that
all fear is based on beliefs. All fear is based on belief.
I understand
that. The belief is that this pain is headed for me and I got to avoid it. That's
most
what
fear is based on guilt.
Guilt's painful. If I feel like guilt is on me or coming at me, I'm going to be afraid.
Yep.
If I don't, I won't.
And that's how the church controls people.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Guilt.
Exactly. And and they're real good.
Now,
They should be
that
after
is
3,000
where A
years.
Course in Miracles really did help me, because they were all about removing the guilt and having the Holy Spirit help you get rid of guilt, and then the fear goes away. So,
well, there's so much more of it in Catholicism.
Well, yeah. That's why I said I couldn't have jumped right from Catholicism to Seth.
I think Islam will give them a good run for their money. They do it differently.
Yeah.
But Islam they're no slouches. They haven't been playing the game quite as long. But
you know, that was another thing. My husband has often said to me about the fact that America is so young and that we act like teenagers. You know, we're belligerent teenagers, because over here, the kinds of things that Americans concentrate on that are so violent and so forth, it's quite different. It's quite different. People get joy from so many more simple things. I mean, I look at the shows on TV, like tonight, we were watching TV before time for the meeting, and we were watching a show about a farmer who's walking through his farm showing you his animals. And it's lovely. We were both remarking at how peaceful it was and how wonderful to see this particular bull that he had just bought, and the beauty of this favorite sow he has that had just had 10 little piglets, and he's carting them around in a wheelbarrow. Now, in America, I'm sure people would have turned that off so long ago, they wouldn't have even gotten a contract. But it's one of the most popular shows here.
Oh.
You know,
I think that's the difference, is the popularity.
Yes.
Yeah.
There are shows like that here, but they don't make the hit parade.
Well, we've lived on the earth in agrarian cultures for millennia. So I think there's a biological, I won't say imperative, but there's a physiological reaction to watching pastoral scenes.
Yes.
I think it just touches us in a way that we can't even describe, like sitting in front of a fire.
Who doesn't like a sunset?
Okay.
Exactly.
Who doesn't like a fat Guernsey cow?
And there's so many websites where you're watching, they have a camera out in the woods, and all it does is sit there and show you the little animals walking around at night and whatnot. And you can tune in anytime within 24 hours and look at whatever is going on in that woods or on that seafront. Or, you know, there are hundreds of different cameras that are on, and you just look at a menu of which one you want to dial into and watch.
Have you ever heard of something called Zooniverse?
No.
.com? They are using not crowdfunding, but crowd wisdom, I guess it is, or crowd labor. They set up these drone cameras in the wilds of Africa and elsewhere at places where animals tend to at least pass by, if not congregate, and their movement triggered. And the thing of it is that when an animal comes by and shuts off the camera, they get a picture of them. What the hell is it? You can't put it in a data. You can put the picture in a database, but it doesn't do you any good. So they recruit people. They made an app. You download the app, and they send you a link, and you go to this link, and it shows you one picture after another that's taken,
Whoever
live.
triggered it, yeah.
You tell them what kind of critter this is, and they give you guidelines.
Oh.
And they'll show you a herd of antelope and say, how many are there?
Oh.
And you count them, and they say, count the ones you can see at least 3 legs.
Oh.
And don't count the ones you can only see 2 legs. And they'll feature that shit until you're sick of it. And in the meantime, and more than one person gets the same picture.
Oh.
So they get to, take the worst and the best and throw them out and average the ones in between or something like they have a formula. And they've been doing this for years. And
what are they called?
They do the same thing with, it's called Zooniverse, ZOONIVERSE, I think, .com. I think it's zooniverse.com. And they've also done it with astronomical events. Like I think it was trying to identify meaningful changes in celestial radiation compared to random changes, because sometimes it's a pretty tough call. And so they show you these patterns of radiation, and you decide whether it meets the criteria for an event or just something.
That's very interesting.
And so there are, and there are, I don't even know how. I'd like to go out sometime and just kind of do some research and see how many different things like that there are going on all the time.
Right, right. There are a lot of them. I know, a lot, hundreds.
The first one I ever heard of was SETI at Home, which I joined up with back in the 90s. And what they do is they give you an app for your PC, and it doesn't go on until the screensaver goes on. And when the screensaver goes on, you crunch numbers for SETI, trying to pinpoint candidates for ET.
Yeah, yeah.
And you know, it says, okay, throw this away, it's random noise. This looks more interesting. And what's more, if you happen to be the one that crunches the numbers for the real ET,
yeah,
you get your name on it as one of the discoverers.
Right, right.
And the odds are terrible, but boy, what a perk.
I hope that some kind of intelligent communication will be realized during my lifetime. I've been hoping for that for a long time. I'm not saying
I know to
that
a
I
moral
hope it'll
certainty
happen,
if I
because
live
I know
long
it's
enough.
happening. But I mean, I hope
Oh,
they
yeah,
will
it's
admit it during my lifetime.
I have no doubt that one day we're going to wake up in the morning and read the paper or whatever takes its place, and the headline will be, "We are not alone."
Right. And we haven't
Big.
been in a long damn time. We were probably
Nope.
not alone before we even evolved, because like I said, they're discovering all kinds of different civilizations that came 30, 40, and 50,000 years ago.
That's right. Uh-huh. They've
And
been
they were
around here for a
intelligent.
long time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if there had been a civilization on this planet 1 million years ago that was under 1 million years of dirt now,
we would know
we
it.
have no way of knowing it.
That's
No
right.
way.
Right.
Exactly. But
and they could have self-destructed or they could have left.
better and better.
It could be
Oh,
underwater.
yeah.
Improving.
Yep.
It could be underwater.
Yes. Oh, and
Well, as a matter of fact, the first woman astronaut on the space shuttle just became the first woman to go to the deepest part of the deepest ocean on the planet.
Wow. That's amazing.
True.
Yeah.
What is this stuff about
30 miles down.
when they say
This is
that
the
they have
equivalent of-
now, they can remove the ocean in specific spots, and then they can see the bottom of the ocean without the water. They have a way of roping off an area and removing the water, so that then the archaeologists go down and they see all these artifacts, ships and whatever that went down in that spot, and they're bringing it all up. Then they let the water back in.
Oh, I saw a show earlier today about something that Mussolini did prior to World War II. He wanted to know, there were some Roman ships that were sunk in this lake, and rather than bring them up, he drained the lake.
Yes, yes.
And there they were until the Nazis burned them.
Well, there's
But
something
I
similar
never heard
going
anything
on
quite like
now
what you're
with
talking about.
they can drain a specific area, outlined area, take all the water out, hole in the other back,
Wow.
and then they go down and they can take their good time then going through whatever's buried in that sand or that bottom of the ocean. And they brought
Now,
up.
are we
ships,
talking
they
about
brought
putting
up-
a dome over it and pumping the water out?
Yeah, not
You're talking about
exactly a
putting a
dome.
dome
The
over it and
reverse of a
pumping out the
dome.
water? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think what they're doing is digging far enough down that when you erect some
Right.
kind of barrier, that it's watertight. So then they can pump
Well,
the
and if
water out.
you pressurize the air inside, it doesn't even have to be watertight around the bottom.
Yeah, yeah.
That's how diving bells work.
Yeah, but these people, I
Um,
don't think they were in a bell. I don't think there was any necessity for a bell after they got the water out.
no,
They
no, no,
just,
no. I'm just talking about the water.
oh yeah, yeah.
Well,
And the thing is,
the
I've
water
heard
won't come
about
up
at
if
least 7 or 8 different instances of them doing this in various countries now. I'm hearing of it more and more
the
often.
trick is
It's a new
the
way of,
trick is that in order to seal them up properly, you have to increase the pressure the deeper you go, and at some point the pressure is just astronomical because
killer.
it's
Yeah,
all
it
the
would be
weight of
killer.
all the water above it, and
Exactly.
you know, water weighs 9 pounds per cubic foot, so you
Yeah,
know,
yeah.
takes a lot of pressure.
I can never go further than
Um,
25 feet.
yeah,
I
now
used to,
that would be doable,
yeah, I used to scuba a little
but
bit, not
sooner or
scuba,
later,
snorkel, and I could never go but about 25 feet down, maybe 30, and the
yeah,
pressure was unbelievable. I just couldn't handle
oh
it.
yeah, and when you get down that deep, you better come up kind of slow. Not as bad as 100 feet, where you have to
I
do it in
couldn't do
stages.
that.
But
Yeah, I couldn't do that.
if you
I
shut it from
suppose
25 feet, you'd have some nitrogen.
if you're in a bell, of course, then the pressure has been, acclimated to what you need, so that's okay. But to
Right.
go down there with scuba equipment or something,
I don't know what the hell they used to get down to 35,000 feet.
oh God,
Um,
oh
yeah, I didn't even know they could do that. I mean, I
I
would have been surprised if it was half that,
I've
but
never
it's done
heard about
now.
it. But we don't
no,
watch
It
TV.
just
We
happened
don't
last
watch the
week.
news.
oh, I see. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm
I don't either,
fascinated
but
by
I
it.
have, but Google gives me a news feed, and the
Yeah.
stories change sometimes minute by minute, and I only look at the ones that seem interesting,
Yes,
and that was
Hmm.
definitely one of them. But the interesting thing about it
but
was the
Google
woman who was
censors so much. Oh
first to the
Lord.
station. Well, I also have my Google searches that I have in part of my newsfeed. It does a clipping service for me. If certain things are mentioned, I see them on my newsfeed,
Ah,
and some of them I even get emails if
uh-huh.
something comes up. So it works for me. And you can
Yeah,
also say I do want to see articles from this publication. I do not want to see articles from them, and
that's
so it
interesting.
works pretty well. And the
Excellent.
whole idea of Google censoring is really overstated, to say the least.
Hmm.
Their algorithm, the way that the algorithm works is based on popularity. Basically, they are in the business of giving you what you most likely want to see, and the algorithm is designed to do that. And so, if a lot of people want to see one thing, it gets preference.
Well, I don't think that's their only way of censoring, but that's neither here nor there. We have digressed.
Big
So,
time.
Yeah,
but
it's really beside the point.
Hmm.
Anyway,
I'd
there's
like
all these really cool
I'd like
things.
to have a consensus of what, when you say there were 7 million Seth books sold, my God, that's 7 million minds that we could be mining for information and experiences. I'd love to know what that many people have done with it.
But that is misleading too, because how many people have read the Seth book that you bought, a given book? Not just you.
No, that's true.
It is true. The Seth's Nature of Personal Reality, the book that I bought it from Amazon. It was used. No, I bought it from eBay. It was used.
Yeah.
Anyway, I
Okay,
bought
so
it from
that's at
somewhere.
least 2 people.
So 2 people. And
At least.
when I opened it up and I got to a specific page, and I could pull the book out sometime and read to you what was on that page. It was very pertinent. But the person that sold that book to eBay that I bought was one of Jane's students.
Oh,
Was
whoa.
who?
It was Michael Good.
What?
Yeah. And
How could you sell it?
Michael Good is a friend of Oshara's, and I took a picture and I sent it to him, and I'm like, Michael, I have your book.
Wow. How did you know it was his book? Was his name inside of it, or?
There was a receipt. that Michael Good got so much for this book. Yeah.
Okay.
His name was on it.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
I was absolutely amazed. So,
I can't imagine selling one of my Seth books. I mean, I don't even allow people to borrow them.
Well,
at all.
lots of people give them away. A lot of people give their books away.
I would buy you a book, but I won't let you borrow mine.
Yes. Well, okay, I agree with you there. And we buy books to specifically give away.
How you explain it that people will sell the Seth book? I cannot imagine doing it.
Me either. Sam,
I cannot.
couldn't do it.
You know, they are protected in the best place in all my home here.
Right.
I will not give it to anyone.
Well, you know what though? I want to say that who's the fellow that just died? Richie Kendall.
Yes.
About 9 months, maybe a year before he died, he reached out to Ron Card and he said, you know, I'd really like to move these. And Ron bought a lot of his stuff.
Right.
And now he's gone.
Yes.
And the stuff is very protected. So there are reasons why things happen when they happen.
I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
I respect that.
Mm-hmm.
But I personally, as long as I'm alive, there is no one else going to touch my books. Now, if someone was that interested and they pleaded with me to let them borrow mine, I would immediately buy them one.
Sure.
And say, here, but you can't have this.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I understand.
And my copy of the Seth material is so old. It's, you know, it came out when it was first published. It's one of the first ones sold. And I wouldn't get rid of that. When I left America and had to pare down to just my luggage.
That was in it.
The first thing packed were the books.
Well,
now, if you can afford some underwear and a pair of jeans on top of that, fine. If not, you can buy that when you get there.
Well, I do have to say that this book was almost brand new. So this book was not a book that was read well. It was not marked up at all. So I'm going to guess it probably was an extra book he had. But,
All
it was his
trying to say is that if there are 7 million books sold, there's a lot more than 7 million readers.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm sure you're right.
Yeah.
How many more? We don't know.
Yeah.
No.
I have a few hardbacks that I'm willing to give away. Only because, I know I probably shouldn't because they are hardbacks. But I have like extra copies when I was in my pursuit for first editions. I went through a first editions phase.
Mm-hmm.
And as you guys know, with dealing with, vendors online, every book you get that's supposed to be a first edition book may not be a first edition book when you actually get it.
Right.
So I had that happen a few times. So I have a few. I think I have The Nature of Personal Reality in hardback that I'm willing to give away. And
mine was always paper. Mm-hmm. When I bought Nature of Personal Reality, it was paperback when I bought it when it came out. Mm-hmm. And I didn't even. I don't think I've ever even seen it in hardback.
Mm-hmm.
I got it. My Personal Reality was in hardback. Matter of fact, Seth Speaks and the Seth material were the only two I ever bought originally in softcover. All the rest of them. But see, I bought all those books the moment they came out.
Yeah,
I mean, I was the person who camped out on the doorstep of the bookstore waiting for the delivery to arrive.
Me too.
For years and years and years. Yeah, I know you're the only one I think around here that besides Ron, maybe.
It's a first edition.
Wow.
This is the Seth material.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what mine looks like. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what mine looks like. Oh, wow.
Hard cover.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have some problem with reading the book of mass events. The print is not dark enough.
Oh.
And it irritates me. It's another level of effort to grasp the information you need to overcome the reading effort. I don't know what to do, so I ordered the glass, expansion glass.
Oh yeah.
I hope it will. I was a little unhappy.
That one was very.
I was a little unhappy that the print is not black enough.
Yes.
Was that hardcover?
Was it hardcover?
No, no, I don't know what to do with it. I can send it back to them. I bought it from
Sam, was that
Rick
hardcover or
Stack.
paperback?
No, paperback.
No, that's one of the
Oh,
new
Paperback.
books.
Mhm.
What?
Mass
a-
Events is one of the newer books, so it's a Rick
it's a very
Stack.
hard one. It's the only one that I've had real trouble reading. And
The Nature of Mass
I
Events?
take that back. The other one was the one about the James, somebody James, when she did this author.
Oh, Cézanne. No. Oh.
The worldview of Paul
Oh.
Cézanne?
Yes, that Paul Cézanne. Yes, yes. I couldn't get into that at all.
Mm.
I still not read it. I just couldn't do it. It's just something about it. I
You know,
couldn't.
I felt that way about the
she wrote
After
that
Death
as a
Journal of
birthday
William
present
James
for
too.
Rob.
The
It was a
what?
little hard.
She wrote
You
that as
felt that
she
way?
wrote that as a birthday present to Rob.
Oh, but now you said you felt that way
Cézanne
about
book.
which one?
About
Sean?
the After Death Journal of William
Yes.
James.
Yes,
I
that's
read
what I
it.
was
I
saying,
read it,
James
but
something.
it was a
I
little
couldn't
difficult. It was a little difficult.
do it. Just couldn't get into it. And they've still not been read. They're sitting there. But I do want to get those new ones, the unpublished sessions and all of that. I don't
And the
have that.
personal sessions, yeah.
And the personal session. I don't have those.
I
So
think
that's
it's
my
a-
next-
it's what, a-
you need to have $300 for that. It's 9
Really?
books. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot.
You can find them on Amazon, but very rarely.
Oh, you
Oh.
cannot.
They're not
No,
available.
no, they
at-
are in set book I don't know, Rick Stack
Rick
organization
Stack
have
sells them.
that.
Yeah.
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 They
I'll
have
have to
that.
write to Rick and get them because I have to have them.
We have
Well,
similar needs.
1, 7, and 8 maybe are like golden.
Oh.
Because the
And the
first,
one's good.
yeah, because what is it? Were they 9 volume set? So whatever the
Yes.
last book was, he jumped right into Seth Speaks at that point. So
Uh-huh.
these were right before Seth Speaks.
I see.
The early sessions, right?
The early and the personal sessions,
And
And
both
the
of them.
personal. Yeah. I don't
Yeah,
have
they're
either
kind
of
of
those.
mixed. Yeah.
the deleted
Oh.
sessions.
I don't
I
have that
find
either.
out there are deleted sessions also. So
Yeah,
it's
I don't have that
another
either.
18,
It's a 2 volume.
another 9, no? Oh, 2 volumes only.
I need to be back in New York for that. Marching
Well, I know
around
a
the
place where you
Strand
could
bookstore.
I know a place where you could stay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
You know something, you just reminded me that I think it was a few years ago that you guys were, the Seth house was an Airbnb
Yeah.
for a moment. How'd that go? How did you guys like that?
It was successful. We had 2 actual women authors that stayed there and jump-started their next books. That was kind of awesome. And then we had a third person came that was not a Seth person, and that didn't go as well. So it's definitely a place for Seth people, not really Airbnb. And the biggest thing I found is I was doing all the work, and I didn't want to work that hard.
Right.
Airbnb is a lot of work.
Yeah.
It is, huh?
It is.
And you're not going to make a killing either.
Oh, no. And that's why when the last one wasn't a real Seth person, it's like, yeah, this isn't worth it. So we did stop it. And then, but we do plan on starting it again. It's just that we don't really want to rent out 5. And when I was doing it, I was living in 1A. So I was living downstairs, renting out 5, and then coming over here to work. So it was just it was a lot.
Yeah.
When the Seth House owns the whole place, we plan on Airbnb-ing it and having people to run it. I remember cleaning between and having a friend helping me, and we worked our butts off for 4 hours, mopping floors, and it's just a lot of work cleaning up after
Yes,
people.
of course.
And that was pre-COVID.
Yeah.
Now we have to disinfect the place. Yeah.
Right.
So the only people that have really stayed there since then is Ron Card stayed in 5 when he was up for the week. And then a lovely woman that is publishing the books in Chinese.
Oh.
She didn't stay there though. We did offer it to her, but her daughter was afraid she'd see a ghost. So they stayed in an Airbnb down the street that belonged to a friend of ours, we found out later. And you know, but she came and she visited, she came to my center. I mean, she was just wonderful.
If I was
I
to
gotta
see a
ask you.
ghost in the Seth house, it would make me go there faster than anything else.
I know. I'd be like, that's what I'm
Well,
going there for, actually.
You could stay in either 1A or 5. You know,
Yeah.
there's 2 beds. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to
'cause
ask Kate,
Yeah.
was the daughter or a Chinese or American?
Yes. No, Chinese.
I mean, no, I mean, citizen-wise. What
Yeah.
was she? Which culture was she raised in?
Chinese.
American.
No, they
Oh,
were
she
just
was, okay.
visiting. They were visiting from China
Ah.
over the Thanksgiving break.
And was the daughter into Seth also?
I don't think so. The mother was.
Yes,
So,
that sounds a lot more reasonable.
yeah. And you know, I know the daughter was brought up that way. Very intelligent young lady, but she had a little bit of, she was young, a little bit of fear.
I can understand that.
Yeah. Unknown. Yeah.
You know,
But,
it's kind of reminds me, talking about ghosts, it kind of reminds me of what they say about firemen. Everybody else runs away from fire and firemen run toward it.
Yes.
And
That's true.
Seth, everybody else runs away from ghosts. Seth, he's run toward it, especially in that house.
Yes, exactly.
Especially there.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah.
Ooh, where do I sign up?
Yeah. So it's been, you know, it's been empty for a year now. Really. Nobody has lived there. You know, we keep the energy up, we keep it cleaned, you take care of it somewhat, but taking care of it for people to live there is different.
Yes.
Yeah. Really.
But yeah, the goal, I mean, there's 8 apartments in that building. So our goal, what we would like to see happen is 1A be like the office, the welcome center, just like we're using it now. Apartment number 2, we'd like it to be kind of a coffee shop, bookstore,
cool.
kind of setting. Then apartment 1 is in the back, and that's a 2-bedroom apartment. So we could make that into Airbnb rooms. Then upstairs, we always want to keep 5 pure, so nobody rents 5, but everybody has access to it. And then 4, I don't know what, maybe that would actually end up being a library or more of a museum type thing, because that was the other apartment they lived in.
Mm-hmm.
And then Airbnb out 3, which is in the front of the house on the 2nd floor, and then the 2 apartments on the 3rd floor. So there's a lot of possibilities on how to use the building. Right, it's a huge building, and I want to say 1, 2, I think there's 3 2-bedroom apartments, and 1 is a studio, and the other ones are 1-bedrooms. And then there's a 4-bedroom apartment that's in the carriage house in the back.
Oh, yes.
That could be utilized. And the whole garage downstairs could be transformed into living quarters.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, everything needs work, everything. And, we tried, Oshar and I, we worked so hard to get these grants that were opened up to, because of COVID, they opened up these grants for operating expenses, because right now most grants are for either restoration or for programming, and we weren't doing either one, but we do have operating costs. Well, we found out after we went through all the work that we don't qualify because we haven't been a 501c3 long enough. So they wanted you to be like a 5-year company, and we're at 3 years, I think, 2.5. So we didn't qualify for anything. So, everything we're doing is really relying on donations.
Yeah.
And once we own the house, though, we qualify for so much more. But until we own it, we're just kind of in limbo a little bit. And it's okay. Right now we're making ends meet. And it's okay. But I'm going to love the day that we can have big events there and a conference there You know, I remember people telling us about, you know, when the conference was in, I think it was in 99, that they walked past the Seth house with Rob and they couldn't go in.
Oh.
Yeah, because other people owned
Somebody
it.
else lived there. Yeah. Mhm.
Exactly.
Property.
Yep.
Wow.
So, you know, I mean, that was one of our dreams, that we would be able to do that and allow people to come in and welcome them, and that nobody was ever turned away again.
Yeah.
And just because we actually, you know, have possession of 5, well, we can have anybody in we want. And luckily the landlord is fine with us doing events and doing other things. And we would have had 2 great events. We would have had one this month, and we would have had one May 8th for her birthday and his birthday. His birthday's the 20th. And then the other event that we do is around Christmas time. And hopefully everything is open and working by then.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Because the apartments they're not that big. Like, what, we could probably fit 6 people in the living room and still maintain 6 feet apart. You know, the boys, Richie Kendall told us they would cram 40 people in that room. They would be sitting on the furniture. They would bring lawn furniture with them. They had people sitting in the hallways, on the floors, just to hear Seth speak and what Jane had to say.
Wow.
So,
but I can relate to that. I'd have been right there with my lawn chair.
Yeah. Well, we would have too. And now we can sit there, we can imagine ourselves back there, but because it is a timeless universe, and that's when I read his words, and I think it's when my brain starts thinking, and I think he spoke these words that I'm reading were spoke right here from his voice, right in this room. And here I am reading these words. That's why I cry.
Yeah, I can understand it.
It is a very strong emotional feeling.
Well, I feel compelled to tell you every time I see you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you for your commitment.
We love what we're doing.
It shows.
I'm so happy that we could be welcoming people instead of people being afraid to come in.
Turn your pants.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Courtney.
I don't think anybody's
I'm with Mickey.
come in. I think everybody wants to come.
I'm with Mickey. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, we were
Both of
able
you.
to let a lot of people in. This year it would have been bigger. Hopefully next year it's bigger still. Yeah. Well, and I think we're going to sign off. Here it is, 8:03, right? We've been on for 4 hours.
It's 1:03 here.
1:03 a.m.
Yes, a.m.
It's Monday.
Yes.
Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. Oh, it's Miriam's birthday then over there.
An hour and 3 minutes into Monday.
Oh, wow. This was really good though. Thank you so much,
Mickey,
guys.
should we apologize about our accent?
Oh, no, not at all.
Well, just like Nixon once said, what did former President Nixon say? So long as I am understood, I have spoken well.
Yes. Oh,
true.
very good. Very
nice.
good. I love your
I already quote
accent,
Nixon. I hate quote Nixon.
It's forgivable. Just this once.
All right, everybody. I want to say good night.
Sweetheart.
Thank you so much for being here. We will be in touch, and I will give everybody directions on next week.
Okay, see you next
All
week.
right. Good night.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Good night, everyone.